Oh. Good morning, gamers. How are we doing, everybody? Welcome to the 2024 roadmap reveal for the remainder of the year. Feels weird to say that 5 months into 2024, but you know what it is. It happens. I'm so excited. It's going to be so sick. I'm nervous. Is anybody else nervous, or am I just crazy? I woke up today with a start and I was like, oh man, it feels like one of the more pivotal kind of announcement releases in a very long time. In a similar way to how the last quest kind of had to be really good for a lot of people that were like, oh man, I'm not sure about how things have been going. I think this roadmap is in the same boat with regard to the future of the year and also the future of RuneScape. Just to frame it, I think it's that important. I genuinely feel and believe that it is that important that this roadmap is a good one. So yeah, I'm super excited. I am looking forward to seeing what they've cooked up. I did hear, unfortunately, the roadmap was leaked. But we're not going to be talking about any of the leaks. We're just going to be focusing on what they actually say. But yeah, it was leaked, unfortunately. I mean, I guess I'll show it for a second if you want, just like really, really quickly. This is what was leaked earlier today. All right, don't tell anybody. Dude, I'm so excited. 150 farming. So here's the question. Do you guys want to make like a list of do you guys want to make a list of everything that you think could be on the roadmap? And then at the end of the day, we see who was like the most right? Make a bingo board? Okay, but it has to come 100% from you guys in the Twitch chat. I'll do it again, yeah. Also, because I know someone else is doing, I think Crystal's doing a bingo too. I've been doing bingos for releases like this for probably 4 years. So before anyone comes at me, I've been doing it for a very long time and I'm open to it. There we go. Cool. Okay. All right, team. Well, once I'm into the bingo generator, I'm picking a template. Okay. Roadmap bingo. Chris has MTX in center square. I mean, I feel like that's probably not. You really think for a PR release they're going to be talking about MTX? That might doom her bingo. All right, so I'm going to be taking suggestions from chat. Okay, so Raptoid says RS3 leagues. RS3 leagues. Fletching and woodcutting rework. Okay. Zorgoth boss. Combat achievements. Okay. In-game proximity chat? Bro, if this ends up in the center, we're doomed. In-game proximity chat. Also known as the worst idea in human history. Thank you for the subs, guys. I very much appreciate it. Someone said group Iron Man. That'd be so cool. They did claim her passive iconic. Yeah, and then they spent the next 8 months repenting for that. Zhao Talk, which would make it really, really funny if they did it again. It would be like absolutely insane. Sorry, Zhao Talk Quest. I'll put it on. It came from chat. It's going on. 2.0. I'll say or yak track. because I think it's definitely not going to be a Hero Pass 2.0. Fishing rework. City of expansion. RuneScape Tinder update. Okay, Nathan, you need to go outside. Squid, you need a timeout and to come back in 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Agility. Okay, we can't just say rework for every skill though, okay? Agility rework. All right, chat, this is coming from you guys. Tier 95 Necro Tank Gear. Okay. Some form of global bad luck mitigation. Ooh, I like that one. Global bad luck mitigation. New skill. In-game bingo card? Okay. You're linking all this, right? What? I'm just making the board, and I can send you guys the board too. RSC sailing, we already have it. Another boss this year, not already announced. Okay, yeah, I'm down for that. Someone said Zorgoth boss, but sure, new boss. Inverted skill capes. Oh, that's a good one. That's a banger. Good one, good one, good one. A new server? Interface sharing. Oh, I love that too. Yeah, that's something that I would love to see happen at some point. Grouping system rework. Jesus! Help! I can't type! I fixed it. I'm not awake enough. Wildy bosses? I'll just say boss in the wilderness. Boss in the wilderness. A new clue type. Okay, can I say that is a crazy cope? Cluer's got enough. Group Iron Man, I listed that earlier. Slayer mob expansion. Okay. Slayer mob expansion. Elite dungeon. Okay. Yeah, I'm just noting down all of your guys. We're not really playing bingo. We're checking off your guys' predictions. That is all we're doing. Ports rework. Ports rework. I'll put it on the list, but I don't see that as something that's likely, but we'll see what happens. Elite dungeon 5. Something PvP focused. You do realize we're trying to win the bingo. Tier 95 dual wields. Okay, tier 95 duels. Range or magic. Okay. That we can have. 120 combat skills. That's reasonable. Earning rune coins as drops. I'm not going to list that just because I would be shocked if they did that, because that's a pretty important monetization avenue. POH rework. Okay. Tectonic or E-Tectonic passive. GE update I would love. Yeah. New land or place. Okay, like that. I mean, I think we've done pretty well. Wait, 5x5 is the biggest? Okay, we might need to go to a different bingo generator. I'm going to find a new one. Okay. Oh my god, this one is not good because I need to paste in a list of words. Okay. Cool. Got it. Let's see if this works better. Okay. New land or place. I love that in the last 6 months we had like 3 things, and we've got a list of 27. Diable Dracolich. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I need a POH update so I can turn my POH into a brothel. You can come back later. New invention stuff. Diable Dracolich or vestments. Or, I mean, Travaswork is a cope. But yeah, we'll take it. Fry's Cup, my mans did nothing. Your mans did a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Your mans did too much. Okay, I'm gonna add one as well, which is new player experience overhaul. Because that's something that I would like. Okay, and do we want any stream-specific ones? Like, someone leak something? Do we want to do that too? Necro2H? I would be shocked if that happened, but I could put it on here. I'm honestly not going to. I would make a hat out of paper and then eat it if they did Necro2Hs. That kind of goes against the point of necromancy. Hey, Phantoms, what's good? Awkward joke that doesn't land? Okay, no, nice things, positive things, fun things. Oh my god, Fresh Start World 2. Okay. Help. Yeah, track I have listed. Good RS3 Gono creators? Okay, that's just rude. That is entirely unneeded. Bad luck mitigation we have. Inverted capes, yep, I listed that. New skill we had listed. Area test for I had an expansion, so that would fall into expansion. Overall, I'm feeling hopeful for the roadmap. I am so excited and so nervous. I am both of those things. Is Runelight on there? I mean, no, but you know. Reveal stream starts in 25 minutes. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be restreaming the whole thing. I am not going to be saying much. We're just going to be watching and taking it all in. And then we're going to do a second pass through where I actually go through and we do analysis on everything and a deep dive. And we might be joined by some other creators as well for the deep dive. I have a bad feeling about this roadmap. I had a dream about it and it was bad. Bro, you can't be having a dream about something and then that shouldn't make it into the live game. RuneScape 4? Sure, I'll do RuneScape 4. Daemonheim? And no. Okay, no, those don't count. That would be cheating. Okay. So why don't I just copy that? What happens if I click generate? 7x7. Okay, so we need a couple more things, clearly. Also, why is it not letting me actually check stuff off? I have to go like this. Generate card. Okay, there. Okay, it works. Cool. Cool. Okay. Okay. Danny, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. New hero pass we already have listed. Anything else? Whatever you guys think you'd like to see. I guess I'll put Necromancy 2Hs. Necromancy 2H. I would be shocked if this happens, but that's okay. Phase practice mode. That's a good one. Phase practice mode. Want to see my Greg log I just finished? I would love to. Ooh. Well, that's actually wild. One main. See, that's why we need bad luck mitigation. Wow, crazy. Reverting the service to 2007. Ooh, that's a good one. Necromancy Slayer helmet add-on. Slayer rework I had. How is it 2024 roadmap when 2024 is half over? So what kind of happened is the company Jagex were kind of acquired for like a hefty sum of coin. And I believe what happened is that delayed a lot of things. Ooh, raids 2 would be cool. Raids 2. Fourth Conjure should be on there too, yeah. That's actually, yep, that's smart. 120 Hunter. Okay. Tool Belt, Salve, Amulet. Yeah, I like that idea. ED5 I have. Range Mage Duels I have. Is there a damage difference between 99 and 120 Necromancy? Yeah, it's huge. Like a massive one. Anyone that said that there wasn't any reason to train Necro to 120 is them admitting to you that they don't know anything about how combat works. Aura rework. Dude, an aura rework would be so cool. Combat achievos I had listed. New skilling boss. The Sussening. Nightmare mode? Nightmare mode bosses. I would love that. Minigame rework. Okay. Is this the Copium map? No, this is your guys' suggestions. Necro 2H we have. Bleeds rework. I just feel like they wouldn't put that on the roadmap. Surely that's a patch week, but you know, I'll put it on there. I'll put it on there. Avatar refresh. Okay, that might be the ultimate cope. Clue update? Nah, y'all don't deserve it. Oh, Zorgoth ring upgrade. Ring upgrade. That's an easy one. Tick system rework. That is not specific enough. Okay. Also, chat, sometimes what they will do is they'll put out a news post with the roadmap right as the stream happens. I think we want to watch this stream. They've got all the devs on it. I'd rather hear them talk about things one at a time as opposed to just seeing a blurry screenshot. So I'm happier with that. More ring slots? Okay. No. Because if I put it, Squid's timeout's done too, and then Squid's gonna like make some weird comment about the 11th ring slot, and it's just gonna be bad. I just don't want it. Not going on the bingo board. Arc Relic rework? Okay. Arc Relic rework. Switchscape productions for the non-necro styles. Okay, what's better wording for that? Necromancification of the other styles. Unified collection log. Okay. JM I have. Is this Skyrim music? It is. Hey, Quest Pancakes, what's good? Okay, I think we've got a good little list here. I'll show you what we have. I think it has to be a 7x7 to fit everything. All right, and let's see if we need a couple more things. Okay, it's perfect. I think it's perfect. I think it's actually perfect. Okay. Yeah, Ben, you're totally right. That would have worked, but I wanted to do it like this because... Also, if you guys want to play with me, you're welcome to. Generate card. Okay. So here's what we have on our bingo card. Here's what we have. We've got an Arc Relic rework, Tool Belt Salve Amulet, Aura rework, 4th Conjure, Grand Exchange update, Unified Collection Log, Zorgoth boss, Group Iron Man mode, a Slayer mob expansion, Necromancy 2H, a boss in the wilderness, a new land or place, very specific, thank you chat, Necromancy Slayer helmet add-on, Fresh Start Worlds 2, 120 combat skills, Hero Pass 2.0 or Yak Track, Ports rework, Tier 95 Necromancy tank gear, Tier 95 duels in range or magic, the Necromancification of other styles, Nightmare mode bosses, Dyeable Dracolich or Vestments or Trim Masterwork. Trim Masterwork there is as a cope. Fishing rework, in-game proximity chat, a free space, RS3 leagues, Zao Talk Quest, POH rework, Bleeds rework, Elite Dungeon 5, Raids 2, City of expansion, an avatar refresh, a new skilling boss, in brackets the Sussening, 120 Hunter, RuneScape 4, new clue type, new skill, combat achievements, new boss, Zorgoth ring upgrade, fletching and woodcutting rework, inverted skill capes, interface sharing, agility rework, new invention stuff, elite tectonic passive, global bad luck mitigation, and an overhaul to the new player experience. How did we do? I think that's pretty solid. So in the first 5 months of the year, we had like five kind of things come out about. So my guess is we want 5 of these to come out, right? You forgot MTX. I know people are making memes about like, oh, there's going to be tons of MTX in the roadmap. I think I would hope they've learned that when people are looking for content, they're not looking for treasure hunter updates. So I would be guessing that there will not be any MTX stuff brought up in the roadmap. I believe they've probably got a good understanding of separating those two things. That would be my guess. Could I be wrong? Sure. But yeah, that would be my guess. I'd kind of be surprised. Where do we watch the roadmap stream? It's on the RuneScape Twitch channel, but I'm going to be restreaming the entire thing. And I'm like not even going to be talking over it either. I'm just going to shut up and watch it. It's going to be awesome. And then I'm going to take notes. It means redesign them. Yeah, effectively just to make the skill floor higher. Yeah, the reveal is in 15 minutes. I'm very excited. We're watching it live here, correct? Yes. We will be watching it live. 1,000,000%. We are watching the entire thing here. And Jagex actually gave everyone permission to restream it too. So it's not even like in a sketchy way. It's in a totally legitimate way. Once they go live, we're gonna be there. I can't wait for the Dwarven sniper rifle. The what? The what? Also, pretty exciting, but mods Ramen and Sponge have both confirmed they're going to be on the stream. And I think just reading into that can tell us something about what's coming out. Like, the fact that Ramen and Sponge are in, that means something. That means, like, Ramen and Sponge, y'all know what they do. Send a quick 30K Zammy while we wait. That's a good idea. Oh, pause your ads during the thing. Ooh, yes. Can I do that? Wait. Let me look at my ads manager. If there's a way for me to do that, I will actually do that. Twitch is a little silly with that. They make it really kind of hard to do, but yeah, if I can turn off all ads for an hour, I would love to. Monetization, ads manager. Okay. Hello. Ads manager. Set up the schedule during the broadcast. Okay. Okay. I can turn it down to half of what it was before. Yeah, you actually literally can't disable ads completely, which is slightly wild, but you know. Okay. Dude, you get a warning. Updating your ad schedule will opt you into lower revenue share and enable pre-rolls. I'm in pain. I'm actually in agony. Classic. All right, you know what I'll do? I'll turn them down to 3 minutes, because if I go below that, it's going to mess with my revenue share, and I don't want to do that, because if I like forget to turn that back on or something, or it doesn't enable properly, it's going to be bad. So I'll put it on the minimum, and I'll disable all of the pre-rolls. And that seems perfect. The other thing that I have on is auto snooze, which means when there are moments of high engagement, it will automatically not put an ad. So hopefully the combination of those few things works. Thank you for the prime sub, guys. I appreciate it. That's very, very kind. Dude, I'm so excited. Do you want a roadmap command? We can make one after. Yeah, once the news post and stuff is out, we can do it at that point. Alrighty. Dude, I'm so excited. What do the quote tweets look like here? Should I look at, or like, I think it's mostly going to be devs saying that they're coming onto the stream, right? That's my guess. Okay, so Sponge is in. Ramen, I'll be on stream today to see what we've got in the tank. Okay. Okay. Ken has begun only 1 more hour till the rest of your room map is unveiled. That was 45 minutes ago. Join us on our Twitch channel. Or, you know, mine. Mine works too. Wait, Breezy's going to be on too? Wait. Okay. So Breezy was one of the devs that did the combat rework as well, I believe, towards the end. I believe Breezy, yeah. Okay. There are a lot of combat devs right now. There are a lot of, not that they can just do combat. Like, I know Ramen does lots of non-combat and Sponge does too, but so far we've got 3 combat devs who are going to be on stream. Mod Shrike is going to be on. Mod Shrike is lore council quests and all sorts. Okay. So we've got a Zhao Talk quest line potential here. Water bending. Easy Target, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Logan, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Oh, that's me. Were people mad that I quote tweeted this with eyes and fingers crossed? Surely not, right? It'd be pretty cringe to have a problem with that, right? I get, yep. Bro, why are doomers like this? Be gone. And be gone. You're inventing things to get mad about. Get mad if they happen. Don't get mad beforehand. Okay. Mod Doom on vacation, looking like no longer. What? Okay, bro. Hot Streak, why do you have this saved? What? Why is that something you have saved? Like, you just, like, have that in your phone? Like, ready to go? Why? Why would you need that? Okay, Rami being Rami, of course. Nothing surprising there. All right, we're out of devs. So the only devs that are confirmed on are Shrike, Breezy, Sponge, and Ramen. I'm sure there are going to be way more. I also heard, and I have a cat that is causing problems. 1 second. Bro. Hey, buddy. All right. Are you done causing problems, please? That would be good. Okay. Sorry, he had the zoomies. Okay. Yeah, so the 4 devs that got confirmed. I heard. My Discord isn't working. Awesome. Cool. I heard apparently the stream has some really, really like large scale announcements that aren't like roadmap related too. So anyway, I've talked about this before. I think this is going to be a hugely important day for the future of RuneScape. And I genuinely mean that too. Like I don't think that's me overselling it or overhyping it. I think it is so important that this roadmap is good for a lot of players. I'm definitely in that boat too. Cause like, I mean, we can all agree the last 5 months, it has been weird seeing old school have a roadmap. And obviously a lot of it's out of their control, right? A lot of it's because of the acquisition. A lot of it's because of the timing on that. Because after the acquisition, old school's roadmap reveal was ready and RS3's wasn't. So, you know, and then that stalls everything. But to me, I think a good word to use is pivotal. Maffy, thank you for the gift sub out to Failed Wizard. I appreciate it. Yeah, plugin support would be really cool. And I also don't want us to run into the pitfall of expectations that are too high, right? Like this bingo card has a ton of stuff on it. Obviously, most of this stuff is not going to be a thing. But I feel like the sentiment of this roadmap and the way that this stream goes is really important for how people are going to perceive the rest of the year and the game. That is what I mean. Or what I think is important. Cannot think they would have pushed it more if it was going to be huge announcements. So the RuneFest coming, they need to save something exciting to announce for then. So here's what I think happened, Hicks-Up. Take this with a grain of salt, if you will. I think the initial plan was to wait for RuneFest and then start doing annual announcements at RuneFest. That is my guess. What I think was realized is that the players are not happy with that. And waiting that length of time. So they need to show their hand. So I think this came out of player feedback that we wanted a roadmap. So my guess is what they're going to do with this roadmap is it's going to be the rest of this year. And then at RuneFest, they're going to announce the 9 months after the next year. So from January to September 2025. So there's still tons of space for announcements at RuneFest. It just means we get this first. I love the game and your content. I am praying they don't mess up the announcement. I have faith. I think they're going to cook. Big Daddy Dubs, thank you for the primer. Dopebox, thank you for the primer. I appreciate it. I'm so excited. Deke, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I'm coping for an avatar rework. Hey, that's allowed. Coping is fine. It's time to win a bingo. This is not a winnable bingo board. Nothing about this bingo board is winnable, but that's okay. Huh. New Elite Dungeon, that's on here, I think. Oh, maybe it didn't make it. Maybe we had more than 49 editions. It's possible. Holy moly. No, I'm just so excited. Oh, there you go. Elite Dungeon 5. Congratulations. GM would be so cool. See, that's something too, is there are kinds of updates that I think provide a lot of goodwill in the community. I think for some players, and I'm not saying I feel this way because I don't, but I also know that I'm privy to more access to the developers and how much they care and how hard they work to make the best game they possibly can. So it makes sense that I don't feel this way, but somebody else could. But I know people at times can feel like, oh, RuneScape is a cash cow or whatever. Like it's just a means for that, and they don't care about making a good game anymore, and they're milking the players and all that. So I think the right things on this roadmap would kind of satiate the player base from that standpoint and make you feel good about playing RuneScape. I want to feel good about playing RuneScape and committing to playing this game for the next 2 years. Yeah, is this a bingo card or is this the Croesus drop table? We have at least one square with a free one. Is it the one that says free? Or is it the new land or place? Okay, I'll go over the ones I'm most confident about. I am most confident about just the ones that are the most vague. New land or place. That's pretty good. A Slayer mob. That's pretty, like, that could happen. Necromancification of other styles is like, that is so vague. Hero Pass or Yak Track? Sure. Free space. Zorgoth ring upgrade. Okay, with Ramen and Sponge, I'm going to say new boss. I would wish I could put combat achievements on there, but RuneScape 4. Gold Baltic Mitigation, Elite Tectonic Passive. I'll put Elite Tectonic Passive on there too. Those are, I think, the ones where I'm like, these are so vague that you could just by having a dev talk for an hour, you could hit all these. What counts as Outtalk Quest? Anything that leads to that storyline. So Blackstone related. Chat, we are in the final 3 minutes. Soon, RuneScape will be born again. Out with RuneScape the old, and in with RuneScape the new. Why am I dang with the 23 months? I appreciate it. Here we go. Also, we're going to full screen it too. I don't think we want the chat. I think we just want a full screen. We want to sit back. We want to watch the stream. You guys agree? The one rule is you guys cannot tell them that all we're going to be doing is watching this stream. Because I am a mod there, I want them to think that I'm doing a good job modding their chat. Which I will not be doing. I will not even be looking at their chat. So as long as nobody snitches, we've only got 1,000 people in here. So as long as everybody in chat doesn't snitch, we're good, okay? I'll get my bingo board active. There we go. Get that, get that, get that, get that, get that. Shutting down servers, starting again without ticks. Jesus. Okay, no. I did that to myself. I said I wasn't going to look at the chat. I said I wasn't going to look at the chat. It's all right. That one specifically irks me a bit because this is why we're not looking at the chat. I'm getting one guide, but games can't operate without a tick system. Every game in the world has a tick system. You can't just, if you remove the tick system, you remove the game. then you can't perform actions. But yeah. Can I make my camera smaller? Yes, I will. I promise. I will make it smaller. Yeah, we'll just see, because sometimes there are going to be, like, no devs on the screen, so we're just going to do this, and then I'll... Also, when Mod Ryan comes on screen, I'm going to take his name card, and I'm going to put my face cam in front of it. Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm actually so stoked. This is going to be such a fun, big, awesome day. I think... Dude, it feels weird to, like, actually do, like, full screen like this. This is wild. Let's do... Is there like a web-based notepad I can use? Yeah, cool. Got it. Sweet. Just because I'm sure I'm going to have notes I want to take. And instead of interrupting the stream and you guys, I'd rather do it like this. All right, team. Here we go. I'm so excited. Turn off the music. I will once the stream starts. Not to worry, friends. This ain't my first rodeo. We've done this a couple times before. If this roadmap is good, I'll sub for a year. Wait, are you subbing to me for a year? Or are you subbing to the runes? If you're subbing to me for a year, wait, let me DM some devs. Be like, hey guys, press the red button. Release everything. Wait, was the stream delayed? Was it actually? No, surely not. Surely not. What? They wouldn't delay anything. Nah, ain't no way. Excited but scared? Hopefully I'll be able to sit tomorrow after that. I'm stoked. No, I think it's starting in 2 minutes. It's funny that RS guy is stealing 1,000 viewers. Yes, doing the thing that Jagex specifically told me I was allowed to do because people want my commentary on the roadmap and my potential bingo game equals stealing, correct? I am a liar, a thief, and a kleptomaniac. Yeah, no, appreciate everyone tuning in here. Genuinely. It means a lot. I'm super excited. It's gonna be a big day. Watching both for no reason, legend. Please bring out something gargantuan. I want something absolutely huge. Glad you understand what stealing is, and we're all on the same page. I agree. Spam late in the chat. Late smork. No, nope. I'm gonna say good luck, mods. You are going to crush it in a good way. Chat, be nice. I will not be looking. Perfect. Someone told me to shut up. Oh no, someone told someone else to shut up. The RS guy sent me. I'm in your walls. What? What? Why are you in my walls? Me on my way to be as mean as possible? All right, stream hasn't even started. I have already ruined it. And then there's just one nice person saying hi. Here we go.
Hello everyone and welcome to the RuneScape Rest of Year Roadmap Reveal for 2024.
That's my boss, by the way.
The time is finally here. We are in the studio.
Let's go, Mod Hooli!
A very, very long way. We are live. We are live in the studio, ready to drop a bunch of content news your way. So, thank you so much.
That's a jump
for
scare.
Up to the stream, interrupting your KBD Flash event and whatever skilling you were doing. I saw you in the chat. It's so lovely to have you here.
Yeah, it definitely is. Look, we know this has been a few months of time with no real longer view ahead. We know that's something you've really wanted to see, and so we're not going to mess around today. This isn't a summit style stream.
Let's go.
This is more of us getting on camera, wanting to be out there in front of all of you and answer your desires for a roadmap in person, or as in person as we can get, at least from this point. So we're going to spend a quick 5 to 10 minutes providing a bit of context on what's coming up, and then we're going to get right into it. We're talking full roadmap reveal, all in one, within the first 15 minutes of the show. Then we're going to get into a discussion to provide some more details on what to expect from the content we announced. So we don't want to keep you waiting any longer than we have to.
I'm devastated because the say roadmap one more time Doomgun meme is dead in like 10 minutes, and it's parting is such sweet sorrow. I'm going to miss that meme
It
so
is,
much.
I know.
You guys get the roadmap, so you
The
know
death
what?
of a meme.
I
The
can,
death of
I
a
can
very
say
good
goodbye.
meme. But seriously, Scapers, your patience has meant a lot to us, and we're really grateful for you joining us here today.
So excited.
With that said, we said we wanted to make this quick, so let's get into it. We have a little someone to introduce you to first. We're going to open with a new guest. We're going to say a quick hello to Mod Marcus. Mod Marcus, hello. Do you want to give us a little introduction? Who are you?
Hello there. Yeah, so I'm Mod Marcos. So for the last couple of years, I've been the executive producer on old school RuneScape, and recently I've begun working on RuneScape 2.
Wait, what?
Fantastic. So the immediate question is, what are you up to?
We're getting
here
old
on
school's
RuneScape? What
EP.
does you being here mean?
So mostly recently I've been working with the team, so in particular with a focus on the general mission to try and make RuneScape a lot more player-centric in how we develop the content. It's just something that the team's been working on in quite a meaningful way over recent times in the last year or so. And one of the other goals of me working with the team is to try and bring over some of the best practices from old school to RuneScape where that's kind of appropriate. And today's kind of the start of that, really. So old school over the last couple of years, we've been trying to make an effort to have quite a degree of transparency around like upcoming roadmaps. We've been talking to players like 6 months or so in advance about what's coming to the game. And we want to do something similar here to what old school's been doing over during the summits we do twice a year.
Fantastic. Well, so that really means that we can look forward to some pretty decent visibility. So what can we expect in terms of announcements? How far ahead are we looking to give players visibility into our content plans?
Yeah, so the announcements the team will be talking about today will be going through to the end of 2024. And apart from some smaller updates, which will be more like quality of life improvements or more opportunistic things, this will be pretty much everything we're releasing for the rest of the year. When we get to RuneFest in September, we'll be looking to make, as part of our keynote, we'll be announcing like the key beats for 2025. And then it's also, after that, we'll be looking to move towards something, again, more similar potentially to old school, where there's like a summit type format where we'll be doing roadmap reveals on a more regular basis. So a couple of times a year, I would imagine. We're still exactly finalising how that's going to work.
Holy crap.
And then also, it's probably also worth highlighting that after this live stream, we'll be sending out the the RuneScape survey, which will be similar to what we've been doing of Old School for quite a few years now, and that's a kind of like long form survey which allows players to give detailed feedback on firstly what they think of the roadmap we're revealing today, but also kind of future updates. And that will allow us to work with the team and figure out like what the most popular updates will be in the future that the players are most excited about.
Yeah, really exciting, and especially to hear things like summits and everything being something we're looking forward to. We'll have more on that survey and some other opportunities to add your voice to our content development.
So Old School's #1 top dog is doing RuneScape 3 too. This is amazing.
What can players expect from us this year in terms of how we'll operate? What does this all player influence development stuff actually mean?
Well, yeah, good question. So again, it'll be similar to Old School. We'll be taking pieces of the process that work well with Old School in terms of particularly around like player consultation as being part more of the development pipeline. So this would be when we're looking at potential updates and ideas we're talking to the community about it earlier on. And we're also looking to make sure there's much more regular dialogue with the players in terms of more regular blogs, hopefully be able to do more live streams and things as well. And then, yeah, so it's not just roadmaps, it should be the general, like, the level of discussion with the players and the frequency of interaction stuff should increase. Just to be clear though, because I've seen some chatter about this on Reddit and stuff previously, we won't be taking the polling system from Old School. That's
oh my God, this is
unique
perfect.
thing, really. But we will be much more using things like Discord discussions, blogging, and the survey that I've just mentioned earlier as part of informing our decision making, so it's much better aligned with kind of what players
Now we're
want
so
from the roadmap
back.
and things as well.
Yeah.
We are so back.
So coming into this, I think it's fair to say that when we've spoken to players, a lot of the feedback has been around the fact that we've provided much less forward visibility on our content plans, and things have felt a little bit more sporadic. And we've really heard that from the players, and so we want to make sure that that's something we're putting a lot more focus and attention on. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So what we're ultimately looking to do is move the game towards just a much more regular release of cadence of content. So you'd be looking at a meaningful piece of content going into the game each month, and that would be, when we say meaningful, that means like a permanent piece of content rather than something ephemeral like a temporary event or something. So generally we'd be looking to make sure there's something meaningful going into the update each month, and then during the other weeks we'll be looking at smaller, more opportunistic updates to make sure that there's just a much more regular beat in terms of like meaningful updates going to the players. And then we're also looking at trying to find ways to bring more of like the community hit list improvements and things into the roadmap on a regular basis as well. So again, that'll be working closely with the community and CN and so on to kind of deliver that.
This is so sick.
Look, I think all really good stuff. We want to get to the roadmap. We've got a content hungry audience out there.
Dude, I don't even care about the roadmap.
Yeah, we see you, chat. However, I think there is one really important question to ask you. You know, we've seen this real fear out there that, you know, this is a game 23 years into life that we all deeply love. And there's this fear that, is it being wound down? Are we going some sort of maintenance mode towards kind of a less content driven eventual death, maybe even? Can you assure players that that's not RuneScape's current trajectory? Because I think it's really important to the audience at home.
Yeah, so I can categorically say RuneScape is not in maintenance mode. Like, it's extremely important to like me, the team, Jagex as a whole. And I hope you'll feel that from the roadmap we're sharing today, that there's a lot of life in the game and that we've got a lot of ideas around where it can go and like really cool updates that all the players will enjoy and things. And from a personal perspective, I've worked at Jagex for like many years now. So I joined way back in the day in like the early Jurassic era. And I think that it was, and I've worked many, many years ago on RuneScape, worked from RuneScape for a number of years and then went on to some other projects before going back to Old School, and now I'm obviously back on RuneScape. And from my personal perspective, the game means a lot to me. Like, I've spent a lot of my life working in it. It's quite close to my heart. And I want to see it kind of thriving and successful, obviously, for many, many years. And I'm ambitious for the game in the same way as I was when I began working on Old School a few years ago. Like, I want to see it be really successful and grow.
We'll talk
over
about
a
this
number of
after,
years.
but this is a big change.
In particular, we want to be, obviously, as always, with the RuneScapes, what's made them successful is their connections to the community and being really close to what the community wants and what the community needs, and making sure we're kind of embodying that spirit as well as possible. And obviously, over a lot of the time this year has been essentially like getting ourselves ready to kind of like reshape exactly how we're working, and then kind of like getting to this point where we can kind of like public-facing kind of release of the roadmap, and hopefully all the players really like it.
Yeah, and I know you're a big believer in action and not words, and obviously we're talking to you today to about our intentions, but very much, hopefully the roadmap will be a first showing in that regard and we'll keep going. I'm sure a lot of players out there, at the very least, are very happy to hear that. So Marcus, thanks so much for taking time to be here at the open of the show. Really appreciate you joining us. For anyone who would like a deeper insight and would like to kind of keep this conversation going, we'll be sitting down on a Discord stage, Marcus and I, on Friday. to dive into all those details a bit more. So we didn't want to kind of get in the way of getting the content roadmap out to you too late into the show, but it will be a conversation.
Quick note with the Discord stages, if you don't like them, they have given streamers permission to stream them. So I might just stream it here.
App, he can talk. I'm not going to finish that analogy. He can talk. Let's get to the roadmap already. Chat is going crazy.
It sounds like a plan, yeah. I mean, production. So let's start with what we've already announced.
A little bit as a treat.
Yeah,
Everyone
let's start with a couple pillars. So here we go. No more yapping.
Oh, we're actually doing this. Okay, I'm going to go over
Oh
what
my
you know
God.
as quickly as I can here. We're going to be really quick with this. Okay, right. Osseous, the 4th matriarch, is dropping on May 28th. That's
Okay, we knew
a
this.
Tuesday because there's a bank holiday. I'm very sorry. Osseous comes with a very small quest where you uncover her lair. Then it's down to fighting a new mid-level boss with your newly acquired necromancy powers. It looks awesome. Then, in June, we're also dropping the Demonheim Archaeology site, which is 2 new locations in which you'll uncover a bunch of artifacts, uncover mysteries, and even get a new relic power. And then, of course, the other bits that you know already.
That's a
We've
bingo.
got the beach coming up instead of a brand new summer event. We spoke about this before. And we've got some extra stuff for Pride. But now, let's get on to the bits you don't know. Let's show some
right.
new stuff.
Wow, we got the first pillar coming up straight away. So we've got some
Okay.
really exciting stuff to come this summer. Our new boss dungeon, the Sanctum of Rebirth, is a spin on an elite dungeon where you'll take on 3 unique bosses across both normal and hard difficulties. What is that spin? Instead of traversing through areas packed with mobs to get to the boss fights, you'll go straight from boss fight to boss fight. This is pure bossing, front to back. Expect new tier 95 weapons. Maybe something beyond that too.
What?
Also on that front, we've also got new skilling content on the way for mining and smithing. Now, we know skillers have been asking us for more reasons to use existing skills, so we're putting a concerted effort into more regular releases for our skills. In our mining and smithing release, we'll release new ores to mine, new bars to create, new armor and equipment to craft, and yes, even something that I was going to say right now, but I'm going to say for the devs later on. Stay tuned for our chat afterwards, where we'll go more into our plans and our intention to gather player feedback on ways we could add this content
But
to
have
the
you heard
existing
about
skills.
second mining and smithing
So,
rework?
separate to those releases, people in chat are already talking about it. You're getting ahead of me. How dare you? We're also prioritizing 2 updates we know you've been asking for a very long time. Yes, the City of is getting area task. We are completing the area task set for the City of and delivering that 4th conjured spirit that you've been asking for. 106 Necromancy's mysterious entry is finally getting filled, and you're going to get your 4th conjure. Rejoice!
Okay.
You know what? Take the
I'm
next
not
one.
fussed about that.
You can take the next
if
pillar.
you insist.
You take the next pillar.
Croesus too!
This autumn, we'll be releasing our 2nd ever skilling boss into RuneScape. This skilling boss will be tied into the narrative that we establish within the Sanctum of Rebirth. We're still in the early stages of development this one, but we are so excited and have plenty of plans to discuss how we're going to approach this skilling boss with you, the community, especially when it comes to our reward system. We cannot wait to chat to you about this one.
Just to jump in as well, we've got RuneFest on there. It's not content, but it's RuneFest. Could not mention it on the roadmap, could we? So,
Absolutely.
big shout out to RuneFest.
We're back on the
Holy.
content train. We've also got a new story quest this autumn, which is going to be picking up from Requiem for a Dragon.
They've picked it
I have
up.
to say 4, because if I say of a dragon, I'll get told off. We'll be venturing into the Sanctum and learning more about this new skilling boss we talked about earlier. And the last pillar, last but by certainly no means
So
least.
for this next one, just before we reveal it, we're going to be a bit cheeky. We've got an update we're going to hide to the end. You'll get why when you see it. I promise this is not a major
Oh, I'm
update
getting
moment.
chills.
There are no major update moments coming here.
I'm so nervous.
I'm sure chat's still going to go full uh-oh on this anyway, but
I'm
there is
so
something we're going to show you
nervous.
right at the end of this. We're not waiting to the end of the show, just to the end of this roadmap reveal.
Oh,
So let's go to the next pillar.
Remember when we mentioned those skilling updates earlier? Well,
Wait,
yeah,
someone
we're
put that on the
gonna
bingo
jump
card.
in here with another reason. Wood cutting and fletching are going to be getting another one. This one's further out than mining and smithing, so we're light on details. Trust us on this. Let us cook. Please, chat. Let me
scared.
cook. But it'll add a similar style of content here too. Skilling content for skillers. What a win. And of course, the most powerful time of the year, when my power reaches its absolute limit, the happiest time of year, it's Halloween. It's getting the seasonal event treatment. We're talking season quest, event hub, memorable characters, a whole bunch of spooky feelings. I got all dressed up like this, and it's nothing to do with Halloween, so I'm going to be even more over the top when we get to this. We'll be taking a smaller scale approach this year, given how much focus we want to put on permanent content, but it is desperately in need of so much love. So we couldn't leave it behind. So I'm looking forward to that one.
You get the next pillar as well,
Oh,
because
you're
I'm getting the
treating me.
hidden thing.
That's Bill Rack.
And then in winter 2024, not winter 2017, all 5 or 6 weeks of what winter's going to be, because we've had winter, feels like a lifetime now. So hopefully we're not back in winter too quickly, but we're going to be dropping another story
big
quest to
okay.
continue the narrative of our autumn story quest. So still plenty coming questers, and Lorehounds, Pride Slayers probably going feral in chat right now. I don't even have to look. And then finally, we've got the return of the beloved Christmas Village from 2023. Now that we've invested some time into setting up our beloved hub for Christmas, our efforts here are going to be some small updates, new rewards, another new seasonal quest, pretty much the treatment you expect next year for our newly established seasonal events rolling on from here on out.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point. That's why we set up those hubs. We also heard your feedback as well about that balance that Marcus also talked to as well, so that's really cool. Look, we've almost reached the end of the roadmap.
I'm
We have one
nervous.
last
Is anybody else
reveal
nervous?
to make. Before we do, I just will say a big shout out to the team behind this. There's a lot of heart and soul that's been poured into this roadmap, and a lot of listening to what you might want to see, a real focus on variety. And we hope the work that's gone into making sure
I'm nervous.
this is significant content paired with kind of other smaller releases that you also care about comes through. As I mentioned, that kind of real focus on trying to deliver on variety.
Hero Pass?
There is that one last spot to fill in on the picture though.
I think
and,
chat.
Chat, brace yourself. I'm excited to see
Oh
what
no,
you think.
I'm bracing. I'm
I'm going to be
bracing.
intrigued to see how many folks in chat have already got this.
You called me the Appian one. You're keeping them on 10x. What are you doing? Let's drop the reveal.
Roll
Come on.
it.
So here it is.
Come on.
Boom. You are getting a brand new mode. Later this year, we will launch Group Iron Man for RuneScape. This is going to be about you gathering your friends, starting your group, and re-experiencing RuneScape with only your blood, sweat, and tears to get you through.
Let's go.
We are so excited to deliver this long-requested game mode 10 years after the release of the original Iron Man in RuneScape. And I hope you are all very excited to go relive RuneScape with your friends this way.
I've just seen one person in chat go past saying, "No, I don't have friends. I'll play with you."
I'm
we are
stunned.
so bad.
LFG systems, I think
I'm
we need some group
actually
systems.
stunned.
Let's get some groups going. If anyone had that on their bingo card, I would be shocked. Who leaked it? It's probably Sponge.
Good question.
We'll have a chat with him afterwards. But there it is. That's
Thanks
the
for-
full
thanks
roadmap
for
there.
mentioning
Look
it,
at
Doom.
that. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it brings a tear to my eye.
Chat is mad fun right now, and that's the chat we love to see. Look, we are super glad this got you hyped. This is something we were also excited to commit to when we kind of put this together. We hope what we showed today made that wait a little less painful. We know it was a wait, and we know at times it was frustrating, but hopefully you're really excited about what we're delivering for the rest of the year. We are really excited about it. We're really, really proud of this one. We hope this feels like a great roadmap for all of you as well.
That's
Absolutely.
sick.
And obviously, we said you were going to have
have
a look
so
at the
many
roadmap.
thoughts.
You've got to look at it. Don't go anywhere. Please stick around. There's still a lot that we want to talk about. We're going to be chatting with some of the developers from the RuneScape team. We're going to be going across different styles of updates to drop some extra insights as we go. And then we'll be letting you know about how you can contribute in shaping the future of some of these content releases. And beyond, actually.
Yeah, so stick around. We're going to be talking about a number of these updates. There's not going to be much to say on Group Iron Man today, just as a heads up. I know a lot of you are asking if there's going to be questions on that. That is a topic we will 100% be talking about in the future. Today, though, we're going to run through a lot of these updates. Expect to hear more on Sanctum of Rebirth, on Osseous, on mining and smithing, and a whole bunch more. So stick around. First up, it's time to talk combat and a little bit more about those June and July updates we announced a few months ago. See you in a sec.
See, this is not maintenance mode, and I am kind of stunned by Group Iron Man in particular, because that is a full-blown game mode that doesn't have MTX. And like, I just like, if you look at previous years, I can't imagine going back and imagining that they would make a full game mode that doesn't have MTX. Like, I'm thinking of years past. I don't see that as a thing that we would get. That's a thing that old school would get. But the executive producer change, we've got old school's top dog is now RuneScape the Third's top dog as well. And to me, that is huge. Because, you know, people who play old school complain about old school. People who play RuneScape 3 complain about RuneScape 3. That's how MMOs work. Communities hate the game they play, but they still play it 20 hours a week. That's how it works. But the way that old school has been run is a lot closer to perfect, in my opinion, than the way that old school, or in the way that RuneScape 3 had been run over the previous several years. So because of that, I think that's the biggest change of all. Because if you compare that to the first 5 months of the year, look how much stuff is on here. We've got a boss rush that kind of feels like it might be like an old school raid. You got 3 bosses back to back to back with no trash mobs. You've got tier 95 gear and beyond. You've got a mining and smithing update. You've got tasks. You've got a 4th conjure. Then you've got a new skilling boss. And then you've got a new Slayer monster, Necro Slayer Helm update. Then you've got a woodcutting and fletching rework, group Iron Man mode, and then a quest in Christmas Village. That's a fire set of 6 months of updates. Yeah, group Iron Man, of course I'm going to do group Iron Man. Hello? Like a million trillion percent will be doing a group Iron Man. I'm pretty excited. I'm not gonna lie, because here's the thing that I didn't like. Last time they talked about this, there's like no roadmap because we're looking at our core systems and yada yada. And a lot of it is like, cool, if that's real, that's great. But you know, there's no proof of that. This to me is the proof that the first 5 months of the year were actually spent doing stuff. So this is damn. That I'm kind of blown away, honestly. Like what do you guys think? And I know if I react positively to this, MMO people are gonna be like, "Oh Ryan, you're glazing." I genuinely don't care. My honest thoughts, I've been very critical of things that I think are bad. I've been very positive towards things that I think are good, and I think this is good. I think this is a really, really good roadmap. Like, the second they announced the new EP, I was like, oh man. Even Elliot said actually good. I'm excited to hear more though, because pretty soon we're going to hear from the devs and they're going to be talking about specifics on, I want to hear about this Sanctum because it seems different from an elite dungeon, but different from a boss fight. And the skilling boss as well. I'm really curious about both of them. Yeah, correct. So that would mean that Mod Keeper would be no longer doing what they're doing. Maybe his contract expired. I don't know. I don't have any details on that, but correct. So it's Mod Marcus is in Mod Keeper's role. Correct. Holy dude, Group Iron Man is gonna be so much fun. Just doing nothing but necromancy with the whole squad. Holy moly. Yeah, I'm excited. It needed to be like this. And obviously they need to deliver on these updates and the cadence, and they need to not delay. Like there's more goodwill that needs to be accrued. But as a roster for 6 months, this is sick. Is Group Iron Man gonna have hardcore mode? I can check. I will check for you guys. I'm happy, man. I'm legitimately happy. I'm saying I'm doubting they execute on the time frame. Okay, well, if you're not going to give them positive props for what they're planning on doing because they're not going to hit the time frame, that is your prerogative. You're welcome to. I don't know. To me, this earns back a lot of goodwill. I'm not going to lie. Do I know who I'm going to do a Group Iron Man with? Nope. I'll think about it. It's going to be the 4 people I think are gonna help me make the best content. Dude. It's just the Christmas event. All right, we've got a lot to talk about, but we'll get into this first.
Hey everyone, and welcome back
so that's
to
Mod
the
Black
show.
Witch, Mod Ramen, and Mod Sponge.
Now you've seen this year's roadmap. We've had a lot of fun watching chat, by the way, and all your differing opinions. It's been a lot of fun. It's time to give you some first details on some of these pieces of content that we have planned for you. Some more than others, depending on where we are in development, but we want to give you a really good feel for everything we've announced to as much a level as we can. So, to talk combat and some about our existing announced content for May and June, let's say a warm hello to Mod Black Witch.
Hello.
Oh, I was waiting for the switch there, Mod Sponge.
Whoa, going straight over. Yo, hey, hi.
I like to spice things up. And Mod Ramen.
Hello.
Hey everyone. So, right, firstly, let's talk about Osseous, because that is coming up, as players have seen in the in-game calendar, just a couple weeks away. We're going to keep this lighter, because it is something already known. But can you give us a quick overview of Osseous? What are we expecting from this content?
Yeah, no problem. Osseous is the 4th matriarch. What camera are we on? That one. I'll talk to you. Osseous is the 4th matriarch. It came from a game jam project inspired by Mod Orion and a bunch of others. They had it as a game jam project. A lot of the community was super interested in this, so we brought it to light, and I was the developer that was lucky enough to work on it, bring their vision to life.
I love Butter Ramen.
As expected, it does sit in line with the other matriarchs, with necromancy being the weakness and damage style it deals. But we wanted to do a little bit more of a twist. We learned from the feedback that we had from the other matriarchs when we released them. So we made this one a little bit stronger, a little bit more mechanical, but
Yes.
again, to set expectations, it is a
Not an
mid-level
AFK
boss.
boss.
So for those people rocking their Raziel lanterns and Raziel gear, you're probably going to go in and smash it. But it's a mid-tier boss. So there is a quest that precedes it. So this is to sort of soft lock it behind a 70 necromancy level. So for those players with 70 necromancy and I believe 30 or 55 archaeology, you'll be able to complete this quest and you'll have access to Osseous.
Awesome. Look, I know we're going to reveal this full very soon. We'll actually be giving people a look at this next week. So we'll save most of this conversation for then. But can you tell us something sneaky we might not already know about the Osseous update?
Something sneaky. Oh, there's 4 pets.
What?
Oh, I mean that is sneaky.
Yeah.
That's a sneaky drop.
There's 4 pets.
That is sneaky.
And did someone say skelly velociraptors?
4 pets.
Not very good at paleontology, are you? Is
No,
it
I'm not.
paleontology, the bones?
No, I don't
No,
know if you know
no.
this. No.
No, there's going to be mini bony dinos, but yeah.
Bone Zone?
I'm looking forward to showing you that. Look for more information on that. Next week, we'll give you a full look at Osseous. Look, we also want to touch very quickly on the archaeology dig site coming in July for Demonheim. Big props to the mods, obviously, we wanted to have here as well.
Such an amazing team effort. Like, there
Yeah.
were loads of people. We could have got the whole team on here, and this would be like...
Unfortunately, we don't have the
valuable.
seats, which
Yeah.
is the fun of
We've
this
run
setup.
out of chairs.
But we do have the lovely Mod Blackwitch with us as well to talk about it. And Doom, obviously, you've got some information as well. So,
Yes.
what can you tell us, firstly, Blackwitch, about the new dig site? What's going on there?
So yeah, new archaeology dig site. I think mini dig site set on Demonheim, which was started as a game jam project by Mod KOC and Mod Froach and Mod Kitsune, I think it is. And they've been working on it for quite a while now, specifically targeting like some level gaps that there were in archaeology where you didn't really have anything new to uncover.
What
so
are the level
Mod
gaps?
KOC really wanted to provide some new content there. So yeah, this comes with a new graphic update.
I'm guessing
to
81 to
Surface
86.
World of Demonheim.
Which people
A
did not
full
expect,
overhaul.
I think.
Wait,
we didn't even
Surprise.
expect.
I didn't
But
expect
looks
that.
incredible. I cannot wait for
Oh,
you
they're
to see this
reworking
thing. It's
Demonheim.
stunning.
Okay, that's
Yeah, I think
sick.
we went away, and then like I remember you mentioned at the end of one week, you were like, "Oh yeah, I've kind of pitched this idea to the rest of the environment team. It would be like cool."
A
Yeah,
full
I-
overhaul of
I
Demonheim.
had started doing a quick overhaul to the surface of Demonheim, and then asked Mod Alex, like, hey, there's a few issues with it, because I kind of rushed it. Can you
Yeah.
just fix those? Then went on holiday to Edinburgh, came back, saw, like, first thing I saw were, like, really beautiful concepts for Demonheim. I was like, interesting. And then he's completely overhauled it. So it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
It looks really good. It's way more imposing than what was there before. So can't wait for players to see that. But it also comes with a other new area that you uncover. There was already an image of it alluding to it in the roadmap.
It's
and
the one on the roadmap, right?
yes, it is. And there's also already a white box on my Twitter, but for anyone who wants to see it. But yeah, it's very exciting.
It's so cool, and it's super atmospheric, and it's like just a really imposing area deep below Demonhive's surface. No, not that one.
Not that one.
No.
When you
Yes,
said new
no.
area, I was like, I know where their brains are going.
No, it's not floor 61. However, there should be some nice.
Or are we
things
just
in there
saying
for
that?
players to
No,
do.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, no, that's
it's
that's
not.
what
I
they
promise
safe.
you,
It
Jack.
wasn't 461.
Yeah, the other thing was just to touch on that Mod KOC has very passionately spoken to me about this being like, I couldn't stand there being gaps in the archaeology leveling. So it is levels 73 to 87. There will be stuff for you. And then when you go deeper, It's 103 to 113. So there's stuff in there now.
Okay, I
And
kind of guessed the
mysteries
first one.
and a relic and artifacts. So lots of cool stuff for you to get stuck into, which is amazing.
Yeah, and again, it won't be too long till we give you a look at that content either. We want to really focus on what we announced today. So by no means are we giving these a quick skim over for any reason other than that. We really can't wait for you to see them, and hopefully you'll have a lot of fun with them when they release. So on that note, Sanctum of Rebirth.
Okay, this is what I want to know about.
Says looking
what
at Mod
the
Sponge.
hell is this?
So we introduced a whole bunch of terminology when I was talking about that earlier. So firstly, let's start about like what is Sanctum of Rebirth if you had to describe it in just a few lines.
Ooh, that's the first word of the line. So it's a.
The musical edition, I see.
It's similar to an Elite Dungeon, but it is essentially a boss dungeon for 1 to 4 players, and it's set in some part of the underworld. Which part? You'll find out.
Wait, that's so sick.
Interesting. That's a okay.
Okay.
It's a very aloof pitch, but I love it. Elevator pitch was the word I was looking for. Words hard today. So why a boss dungeon? I think that's probably a question people ask is like, why did we not just make an elite dungeon with this content? Why this kind of new boss-to-boss content?
So we kind of wanted to trial something different. You see with a lot of previous Elite Dungeons, players are like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I could do boss 1 and then boss 2 and boss 3
Does
and
sound
not
like
have
TOB.
to do the chaff in between? And we were kind of like, yeah, that would be cool. So let's trial it, add it as a different type of content we can do if players like it. And if not, hey-ho, we go back to Elite Dungeons if we want them. So yeah, it's kind of, why not? Let's try it.
Because I know that was a lot of the feedback that we got with when we recently, feels recent, it's probably a lifetime
This
ago,
feels like a
Times of
raid,
Illusion,
kind of.
When we made the change to Zamorak and Undercity, where it used to be 25 runs, and then it was like, oh, it's just one, and then you get to fight Zamorak. That change was something that players really resonated with, because it was just like, I just want to fight the bosses. I just want to fight the big bads.
Yeah, exactly.
Staying on the subject of big bads, are they brand new bosses? Are they drag drop from existing bosses? Are they kind of, have we like stuck 2 bosses together and we put like KBD on Kerapak or something like that?
Yeah,
what are
solo
we doing
auction is
here?
really
Like,
Yeah, we just took Giant Mole. And we went, what if you were somewhere else? No.
Gorvek and Giant Mole,
You killed Giant Mole on the surface, and now he's in the underworld. You just killed him. No, it's 3 new bosses. There's some clear inspirations from other places, but it's absolutely new bosses with some pretty unique stuff going on.
I assume when we say 3 new bosses, this is still very much that elite dungeon format, right? So I'm assuming the boss difficulty kind of going from one to the other will probably be kind of that same gradual ramp up, right? Is that
Yeah, I think
we go for
that's fair
something
to say. I think that's fair to say. They are similar to Elite Dungeon bosses. Because we were able to get rid of the chaff, though, they're probably slightly more complex.
Right.
Not necessarily as complex as Zamorak, because obviously Zamorak was a huge, huge project. That was very evil.
trauma on the table.
Yeah, I was like,
with
it's just
Zamorak.
part evil, part trauma.
But yeah, they will be more, I want to say, mechanically complex than, say, Crassian Leviathan,
Yeah.
where he's just like head slamming everywhere, and that's all he does.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
Sam's killed me, so
Harder than
it's some sort of
Crassian.
mechanic.
Yeah, it catches everyone.
It's a slight skill issue, it's fine, don't worry about it. Building on from that, new bosses, they got to drop something, right? Like, are we looking that there's going to be, because we kind of alluded to it when we spoke about the roadmap, right?
Spiritweed seeds. That's what I've got for you.
More charms at last. Finally.
So yeah, they will release the tier 95 magic dual wield weapons.
Oh, magic!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have some other drops as well. We won't go into those right now.
Panic
some
Cell
stuff
Appraisals.
still being finalized on them.
And seismics.
Yeah, tier 95 magic dual wield for sure. Something else that's really cool. I'm pretty hyped about it. But yeah, that covers the rewards nicely, I think.
Amazing.
Couple questions I want to ask you. So obviously, one of the questions we always get with PVM content talks about Osseous being kind of more of a mid-level boss. We've mentioned this has normal and hard mode. Do we have any particular kind of target of combat player we're looking to I know
Please
we don't
say
like to kind
endgame.
of put our
Please say
combat
endgame.
on a scale, but are we thinking, is this going to maybe be something that top-end players, our really experienced PVMers are going to find some challenge in? Where's kind of our intention at least, in terms of our thinking?
So first off, I don't know if we had mentioned normal and hard mode before you just said mention normal and hard mode. So there is a normal and a hard mode as a start, in case we didn't make that clear. So we're kind of taking Elite Dungeons and doing a spin on it. So Elite Dungeons had story mode and normal mode. Story mode didn't really serve anyone because it was kind of for players that couldn't do normal mode, but then it was so unrewarding you didn't want to do it anyways. So instead we're going with normal mode and hard mode, where normal mode, it takes the essence of story mode, where it's a bit safer, but it's not necessarily much easier. It's safer in the sense of we're going to try out some new death mechanics, potentially, with the intention that you won't feel scared to go and get involved and go and try it out. Whereas then hard mode will be more of your more common, what you're used to bossing experience.
Yeah.
Dude, I always
And that's
want
a really
more ways
important
to
note. I'm glad
die.
you touched on this. This is going to be my second question. I know we've talked a little bit about it. There's some new ideas floating around for this dungeon, even potentially a new way of thinking about when we're talking about tier 95 weapons and how we might approach that with the community. Do you want to give us a little bit of information on that? How are we going to be working with players on this?
Do I want to? No. Will I? Yes. So with the tier 95 weapons, time permitting, we're going to run a beta with a chunk of effects. Not sure how many yet, but we've got some ideas for what we want them to do. We're going to put on a beta, get community feedback, see what they like, and go from there. So if there's something that really resonates with the community, then we'll go with that one. It saves us making the decision.
It's just the facade for
honestly,
duels.
I'm so excited because we've never really kind of gone, hey, what would you want the tier 95 kind of special effect or route we take it in to be? So this will be quite interesting if we end up being able to do it. I know we've talked about it, it's really exciting. And I know players can expect to hear more from us soon based on, that death mechanic you've been talking about. We're going to be talking about that with the community very, very soon. So this is just some of the ways we're trying to take that community-driven development into these early projects. And yeah, there's a lot more, I think, to talk about really next week when we drag you back on stream. Just held you to that publicly.
Unwillingly.
So
You can't say no
my
now.
change.
We got it.
That's
We got
good.
it. There's a couple of other bits I know on the roadmap that we kind of touched on. We kind of glanced over them. The Necromancy Helm with the Slayer Conjure.
That's going to ruin hard mode
creature, the Slayer
Carapac.
creature.
Necro
Conjure.
Camp's going to be like 2-minute
Word
kills.
salad. It's all a bit much. And then with adding new stuff, there's also a lot of conversation around balancing. So is there any, I know that the combat update was something we really looked at with the beta at the beginning of the year. Is there anything more that we're going to be doing in that regard?
Yes, it's not fixed on the roadmap. I think you heard mod Marcos talk about a bit earlier, where kind of leaving room for devs to develop and kind of fill those gaps. So we're definitely not forgetting about balancing. There's a lot of improvements still we want to make to combat. They might not be as big as the combat beta was. They might be a small
That's
thing
reasonable.
here or there inside another project or as a project itself. But yeah, it's definitely not going to miss.
Right, I'm going to end it there because everyone's now mentioning stuff with Sliske in chat, so you better run before. This is like your demon. It haunts you wherever you go. But thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, everyone, for giving us a look at that. As I mentioned, we're going to be talking about Sanctum of Rebirth very, very soon. Stay tuned towards the end of the show. We'll let you know when you can get involved in some of those discussions and what you can expect to hear. For now, we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back with some more JMods to talk about skilling content. See you in a sec.
Okay, dude, I like the format of this because we can actually talk about things and then while they're taking breaks and they're getting new devs. Okay. Definitely interesting. I'm looking at my notes here. Okay, so first thing they talked about is 4 pets, level 70 Necro quest for the Rex Matriarch, and it's going to be Necro locked, so sorry, Elliot, not so good for you. Daemonheim Dungeoneering, 2 different level brackets, and a rework of the surface world Daemonheim. Black Witch is on it. I'm sure Black Witch and the art team are going to make it look awesome. But yeah, this boss situation is going to be really interesting. So there's a normal mode and a hard mode. The one thing I'm a little nervous about is if it's a raid, like a TOB, it's boss, boss, boss. My one concern is allowing you to do it in a solo I understand that they have to do that, but it really limits what they can do with their mechanics. So that's the one thing I'm a little about, is usually if something is soloable or groupable, it means it's going to be easier in a group because of how intercept works, basically. And it's going to allow for probably mechanic cheesing in groups, and it's just hard to make hard mechanics for groups that you can also do in a solo. Because any hard mechanic in a group boss requires a group to do something together or coordinate something. Think about something like Yakimaru as an example. So that's one thing that I'm a little bit, I don't want to say apprehensive about, but making something that has good normal and hard mode, has good solo and group mechanics, unless they make the mechanics different, in which case it'll be sick. Because they could do that too, right? Solo could just not have some of the same mechanics. But yeah, as someone that likes mechanic complexity, I'm a little unsure about that. But in general, I'm very excited. I'm hoping one of the bosses is Galvek. I'm hoping one of the bosses is Zorgoth, would be the last boss. So yeah, should be really cool. How do you reckon they're gonna do the magic drops with 3 bosses? That's a good question. Surely they're both from the same boss. Unless you give one boss the orb and one boss the wand? But I kind of doubt it. Maybe it's an end chest? Yeah, it's probably an end chest. Yeah. Because they said there's going to be other stuff too. But yeah, and I'm really excited for this. I'm not saying that it's bad that it's 1 to 4 players. I'm saying that's the only thing that I'm not 100% set on. Man. I just think I'm just excited. 3 new bosses coming out on the same day is just hype. That's basically a raid. Please let it be a chest. I hope it is, yeah. I mean, I think they've learned from Zamorak. I think people like the green sparkles from the Zami chest. And it's borrowed from old school too. I'd be shocked if they didn't do that. We should probably look at our bingo card, actually. That's a good idea. 4th Conjure we're doing. Group Iron Man is on there. Slayer Mob expansion is on there. New land or place. Yeah, we're going to the Underworld. Necromancy Slayer Helmet add-on. Okay. Tier 95 duels. Yep. In-game proximity chat was never gonna happen. Zautok quest. I think we can assume the Bilrat quest is a Zautok quest because it's that same storyline. Elite Dungeon 5 and Raids 2. You know what? I'm gonna optimistically mark them both. City of expansion, correct. New skilling boss. Yup. Wait, this kinda new boss? What was it? Was it fletching and woodcutting? Oh, it was. Dude, I swear someone in chat knew the roadmap and just suggested everything on it. New invention? Did they say? No, they said new arc relics. Okay, yeah, that's the full rundown. That's not bad, though. That is not bad at all. Yeah, so the next thing they're going to talk about is the skilling boss. That I will say, as someone that absolutely despises Croesus, like I like the boss, but I hate the drop system, I am very, very interested to hear about what this boss is going to be like. Oh yeah, free space Zorgoth ring upgrade. Well, they didn't say there was going to be a Zorgoth ring upgrade, though. Like, we think there's going to be one, but RuneScape 4 is crazy. So these suggestions came from you guys in the chat. So if you look at them and go, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, well, you could look in the mirror. It came from you. Yeah. Still, I would say the biggest two things I'll say coming out of this. Oh, actually, they're back. Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Hello.
That's Mod Breezy.
Hooli looks
and Mod Stu and Mod
different.
Shrike.
He's been replaced by Mod Jack. Hello.
Wait.
I'm sad I can't read the stream.
Wait, they despawned my boss.
No, you get to
Wait.
bullet points. So
Come back.
we are going to get ready to chat all things skilling. We are also joined by the wonderful and illuminating Mod Shrike, Mod Breezy, and Mod Stu. So, thank you very much for joining us. It's super, super exciting. So, we've been showing off some skilling content on the roadmap. And so, the first thing I wanted to talk about is the skilling boss. What is our intention for that core experience of this skilling boss? Is this a solo boss, a group boss? Is this different mechanics? Is this going to be the same skills as Croesus? What are we looking at?
So I'm going to preface all of this by saying that we've basically only just started working on the skilling boss. It is a little way out still, so a lot of what I'm saying is going to be work in progress. In terms of our design intentions, it is building on what we've learned from Croesus. It will be different skills. It will be a different vibe, different aesthetic. Solo and groupable, I think, is our intention as well. We'd like for both to be possible.
Okay.
And yeah, kind of just, this will be our second skilling boss, so building on what we've learned before and seeing what new stuff we can do.
Loot system implied.
Amazing. So,
Thank you for the prime
Croesus
sub. I
obviously
appreciate
was
it.
part of such a massive narrative arc, I'm going to use the term arc. Croesus obviously fit in with the narrative. Are we looking for something similar here with the new?
Also, Mod Jack is the lead content developer for RuneScape, just so you guys know.
It will be very heavily tied into the Sanctum of Rebirth. There's basically 3 updates that are pretty much being developed in tandem. So we've got the Sanctum of Rebirth, we've got the skilling boss, and we've got the accompanying quest as well. So they will all be packaged up and in the same location, dealing with the same themes, that kind of stuff. It will have some kind of tie-in to the wider story as well via the quest. But yeah, expect it to be thematically similar to Sanctum of Rebirth and using the story established there to do its thing.
Super. Very, very cool. There was a little bit of conversation when it appeared on the roadmap of people saying, "Oh, Croesus is gone." No, I think our intention is to make sure that this sits.
It's additive.
Alongside
It's additive. Croesus is a really popular encounter. People think, if you look at the data, a lot of people play Croesus.
I want to say it's our second
one of the most popular
it's like our
encounters
second
out
most
there,
popular
which is
boss.
amazing
What?
to see. So we're kind of giving players more of that and experimenting a bit, and you see what Old School can do with their skilling bosses. What can we learn from that? What can we bring into RuneScape to spice things up and make things more, give a bit
Absolutely.
more variety?
That's
think that
crazy.
One of the key things that we've, from the conversations that we've had
What?
internally around it is, and I've seen chat mentioning it, is the approach towards public grouping and contributions and how loot is disseminated. And I think that that's something that we're factoring into our approach.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah, so it'll definitely be learning from Croesus and well, excuse me, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But
No,
yeah,
yeah, we're
definitely learning
definitely
from
gonna take
Croesus, definitely seeing what we can do to build on it.
Yeah,
basically,
I think
sorry,
it's-
I had a thought there and then it just
Don't-
exited my
hey,
brain.
Don't worry about it.
One of the main concerns that we looked at was
Loot system?
whether or not your reward depends on other people's performance.
Yeah.
Essentially, that we want to make
Mention?
sure, whether it's solo, whether it's group, that you get the reward based on your performance, not based on the
Yeah.
performance of everyone else.
Yeah. And so the combination of both being able to comfortably group, knowing that your contribution is what impacts it, and also being able to solo it gives you the option to pick and choose which one's more comfortable to you. That's awesome. But the skilling boss is only one part of this whole sort of skilling, I don't know what would you call it? Sort of
Area.
the skilling area
Bit
of this
thing.
whole bit thing of this year. So the other part of this is one of the most cryptic things on our roadmap, skilling updates. So putting you on the spot, Mod Breezy.
Mod Breezy is such a nice
can you
person, by
tell
the way.
us about these skilling updates? What kind of thing are we looking at?
Hard vouch.
I think I might throw that question back over to Mod Jack.
Well, you were going to talk about the purpose of them, and then I'll talk about what's coming up.
Sure,
in the
sure.
future.
Yeah, so we want to give our players a regular cadence of skilling updates.
You see bouncing that back to
Wanna
Jack
give
because he
players
didn't know
things
what
to
he could
do,
talk
things
about?
to chase for, new items to obtain, things to upgrade, new objectives, just overall RuneScape objectives, things that add to your RuneScape life, your RuneScape career. It's been a while really since we've had a regular drop of all that sort of stuff, and that's something we want to get back to because that's what makes part of RuneScape's core.
Amazing. That's brilliant. I know that the skillers out there are going to love that, and they're going to be really looking forward to having more updates for them. Skillers out there, hi, I see you. You're probably clicking on a tree right now. Hi. So what do we kind of hope that this is leaning towards in terms of the kind of skiller that we're aiming for? Is there a kind of content that we're hoping to create in that sense?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be content that's available for everyone to interact with. Granted, they have the levels, and that being really up at the high end.
Wait, why is everyone saying
aiming
RuneScape
around
career?
The 99 area. So definitely look out for more news on it very soon.
Super. That's exciting. That is good, because I'm sure that a lot of people are really excited for just more things to look forward to as they're getting up through those levels. I know that agility, my beloved, there's nothing there. It's okay. Don't worry. It's fine. We're just going to do anachronia laps for the rest of the time. It's okay. That's our punishment. But outside of that, there's going to be some really cool opportunities for us to explore, which is super, super cool.
That's one of the things I think that we took away from Fort 3 is there was a lot of skilling content there, but a lot of it was very mid-game. And it just wasn't giving top-end players anything to do, and so we want to make sure that
skilling for top-end players is interesting, though.
Skilling content, we'll talk about regular high-end skilling content.
Yeah, about just creating something that feels additive when you're hitting hitting that 99 and being like, well, here I am for the next forever. Just adding something to break that up is really, really cool and super important. That's awesome. I'm really excited to it. And so, have you guys heard of the mining and smithing update?
Funnily enough, all three of us worked on it. Jack was the lead designer. Breezy, I think you were QA at the time.
I was,
right?
yeah.
And myself developing it. So really good team of people to be working on.
And drink.
For work on mining and smithing.
Said the thing.
Super. What can players expect to see in this kind of update to a skill that everyone knows and loves? What kind of sort of changes are we looking at?
That sounds like one for me. I do have some notes prepared because the ink is still wet on this design. We've just done like a week of development on it so far.
That's quite all right.
So we're adding primal variants of the 10 Demon Ores. So that's like Novites.
Oh,
up to
that's cool.
Promethium. Primal versions of those to new mining sites on the surface.
Hi, Jake. Thank you for the
You'll
sub.
smelt primal ore into primal bars, which will then smith into primal armor and equipment. This includes the next tier of ore box, upgradable primal pickaxes, the new best in slot augmentable pickaxe, and a masterwork weapon.
Oh.
Very nice. That's a lot.
Okay,
That's a lot to
masterwork weapon.
Or a lot to.
You just kind of
smelt.
slipped that in at the
I
end.
don't really know what you would. The smithing equivalent of unpacking is. Anyway, chat's going crazy. We love to see that.
Yeah, good.
The chat is so tantalizingly close. I can
Like a
almost
like a
see it.
I
spear.
know. Sorry, do you want?
No,
no,
you know,
I'm
I'll
with
get
that.
distracted
You're
by it.
going to get distracted.
I'll
I
get
know you
distracted
are.
by it if I
It'll be like the
Wait,
old
a
design
primal
features,
maul
like
would go
something
so
you'll just go
hard.
off on a bit of a-
Tier 100 strength
So,
weapon.
what do we feel like is the continued value of this in terms of expanding on the skills that we have? What are we looking for in how we approach this with skillers?
Yeah, it's we want to add skilling content that's meaningful and useful, that gives you something to do, something to work towards, but then has an ongoing relevance. So we need to make sure there's new consumables to create and sell. The masterwork weapon that Stu mentioned is quite relevant. So that will be a new top-end weapon, but it won't be making. We'll go into more detail in the future about how it's going to work, but that won't be making existing best-in-slot items redundant.
Mm-hmm.
But it will be something that you'll want to have probably.
Oh man, that's so cryptic.
Yeah,
Please,
it's tricky stuff
Jack.
about getting into the balancing. So we do want to make sure that the skills sort of are relevant at the top end and stay
A
relevant.
little
at the
more,
top end.
please.
So something to do on launch, but then an ongoing relevance within the economy. That's really
Super.
important.
That's awesome. Because I know that, especially when speaking to the community throughout Fort 3, it was like, building stuff was really cool. For example, like being at 80 construction, it's like, this is awesome. I can finally build the chapel and I can upgrade it to this tier. But then it kind of was like, I haven't got anything to produce.
Yeah.
I can't go any further with this. So us being able to produce stuff that's aspirational and pushing you to reach those levels and then giving you something for it and giving you a resource and getting everything moving is really cool. That's a very, very promising opportunity. And going on for what you alluded to, we have some plans on how we're going to talk to players about this, right? We're going to sort of try and...
So I've been a little vague about what we're talking about here. We'll be doing a blog and a live stream either next week or the week after.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm
to go
so
into
happy
detail
they're doing
about
more
what something
streams.
actually is
That's a
more
really
detail
big thing
and
too.
get feedback on that. So
That I think is
don't wanna
really
rush over it
important.
now.
Like
Yeah,
they need to
try
stream
and
more.
talk through our reasoning, explain it, and be a bit more thorough with our conversation so that you guys are all with us for the journey and understand where we're coming from.
He's vague because
so
they
that
don't
you're
know.
not like, "What do
He's
you-
vague
I don't get
because
it.
there's
What do
internal
you mean?"
discussion about
As
what
Stu
to do.
mentioned, like, so we've started development on the mining and smithing update. We also have a woodcutting and fletching update. So there'll be room between the two to talk a bit and gather feedback on, how did it work?
Yeah.
What could we do differently for our other skills, that sort of thing. Try to
Super.
make sure we're doing it right.
Amazing. And you can look forward to being more closely involved with that, you, the community, getting involved with it, being part, following us along with the journey, every step of the way. It's going to be super exciting. But keeping it brief, keeping it very high level. Don't want to get too much into the weeds
This is
with
sick.
everything.
See, this
because
is
we're
what
gonna go
everybody's
into a
working
lot more
on.
detail
This is what
in
we
the
needed.
future.
It's like,
So,
hey, what's everybody
thank
working
you so
on?
much for running through that content with us. Wonderful, wonderful mods. We'll be back with a final section in just a mo where we're going to be running through some lore and season stuff. Seasonal event stuff, not season stuff. It's across the whole year, you don't need to worry about that. And then let you know about some exciting ways you, I'm pointing at the camera, I'm going to make another meme, can help shape the content ahead for RuneScape.
was close.
So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. See you in a sec.
Holy, that was close. He almost got me. Whew. It's close. I almost got sniped by Mod Doom. This is what we needed. We needed a... So RuneScape has a robust dev team. What's everybody working on? Yeah, to the person that said they don't know what they're doing with the mining and smithing stuff. So that is one of the things that I know a teensy little bit about. And I believe what's happening is there's just some internal discussion as to a couple possible avenues they could take. So they don't want to specifically say a lot about it because they have a plan A and a plan B, and they're still in the process of basically voting on which plan they want to do. So that is, don't tell them I said that, but that is what's going on there. The pickaxe of the birds and the bees. Oh no. Any spots in the jam squad? I'm not sure yet. I don't know about any of that yet. Dude, I need Mod Doom to stop pointing at me. It scares me. Mod Jack is great. I'm excited that Daemonheim ore is being used too, because Daemonheim ore, it has always looked really cool. And the idea of getting like a primal something would be really, really sick. Like, I would absolutely use a primal something just for the fun of it. Daemonheim ore on the surface is cool. The pickaxe of rock and stone. Okay. The pickaxe of Dame and Heim. That's what I would call it if we're up to me. Vulcan, thank you for the Prime sub. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for all the support on the stream today, by the way. I've been having a frickin' blast. Pickaxe of DN. What's DN? DN? Dungeoneering? Pickaxe of Dungeoneering! Oh, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense, actually. Good one, good one, good one. Good one. These not? No, it'd be Dungeoneering. Come on. Guys. Y'all have lost the plot. Genuinely. I'm in such a good mood. Holy. The pickaxe of tall and manly? Well, I will possess the pickaxe, so in that sense, correct. Dude, I'm so fired up. I am so fired up. Can we circle back on how big JM is? Yeah, so I've got a bunch of notes that we're gonna chat about. I have a bunch of stuff that I want to go over in more detail. We're gonna go over that. I just know the second I start talking about JM or the new executive producer or whatever else, it's gonna instantly, they're gonna be like, and we're back. And I'm gonna be like, oh, that's not good. I'm a little sad about no combat achievements. I mean, we're talking about the next 6 months. Like, I think two things can be true. One, I really want combat achievements. I think they'd be great for the game. And two, it's reasonable they're not putting out combat achievements with this much content coming out. Like, it's clear they've got a lot to work on. I can't be too upset. Yeah, so Doc, that was the big bombshell at the start of the stream, is that Mod Keeper is no longer the executive producer, and we've got Old School's executive producer is producing RuneScape 3 as well, which I still think, compared to the whole roadmap, that is probably the biggest thing. Because when you're looking at the way that Old School's been, and with the caveat that MMO players hate the game they play and talk about how it's being run to the ground and it sucks all the time. But in general, I think you could agree that old school has been run better than RuneScape 3 over the last bunch of years, or it's been run in a way that is, you look over at the grass being green on the other side. So the fact that we're going to have the same executive producer, I think to me bodes really, really well. And I think you're already seeing some of that change here with regard to like getting a new game mode like GIM that is a game mode that innately isn't going to have MTX in it. And maybe it's something that has been in production for 70 years, but to me, it's the kind of thing that I wouldn't have imagined we'd get 3 years ago. I just don't imagine it being a thing that would happen. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. Yeah, to me, that's a really, really big thing. Yeah, so the new executive producer is Mod Marcos, who introduced himself at the beginning of the stream today. Happy for your eye and you chose to stick with RS3 when things look bleak and others jumped, and you're about to be rewarded. We're gonna be rich. We're not gonna be rich.
Hello, everyone.
We're gonna play lots of RuneScape, though.
Also over there, through some sort of advanced alchemy, we've managed to maintain this illusion. The realities of stream production. But anyway, it's time to talk lore and seasonal events. I got it right this time. Let's go. And joining us to give some first details are Mod Luma, Mod Ramen, and Mod Jack.
Wait, I wanted to be one of the TVs.
Hey, folks. Right, so let's talk about the first thing. Just in case it's not really clear, it might seem like an obvious question, but in the roadmap we use this kind of new term, story quest. Kind of sounds obvious, but it means something specific to us. Can you just be really clear, what is a story quest?
So a story quest is just a proper quest that ties into the storyline. So there was a bit of confusion last year about, there were some mini quests that were sort of presented as quests.
Yeah.
There are seasonal quests that are presented as quests. So we just want to make sure that when we say story quest, we mean a quest tied into the storyline, something like Ancient Awakenings.
Yeah, so something that kind of brings us forward, that keeps the storyline moving forward. Okay, cool, really, really cool. We've talked, obviously, in that roadmap, there's 2 quests planned, is that correct? And then we've got a few more outside of that coming in seasonal events too, is that right?
Yeah, so committing to story quests doesn't then mean we can't also have mini quests that tie into content, or seasonal quests, that sort of thing. It's just, that isn't a sort of major roadmap thing. There can also be other things on top of that.
Yeah, so let's talk about story quests very quickly. Obviously, it's really hard to talk about quests and lore without like spoiling everything. It's always the trouble we have. We try and show these lovely quests on streams without ruining them. It's a delicate balance, but I think briefly, Requiem for a Dragon, obviously, hopefully a lot of you loved it. I certainly did. We talked about that ending the Fort for Free storyline, as well as having the cutest undead Forky moment of my life. Can you give an indication of the kind of storyline we're headed into, or are we still in this story? What's going on?
Yeah, so it's a bit of a misnomer to say that it ended the storyline. For me, the storyline has a relatively objective definition of when it doesn't have the same requirements, it's a new storyline. So because it will be continuing with the same requirements, the next quest will require Requiem for a Dragon. It's part of the same storyline, so you're still Duke of the
It's more like a new chapter then?
Exactly, yeah. It's like the next part of the story. It's not a whole new storyline.
Design stream.
Yeah, we've set him up. We've given him a platform now. So
don't ask me an open-ended question.
We just need the boiler in the background on the screen behind him.
Yeah.
Authentic design stream experience.
I guess just an open question. Is there anything you want to say about kind of our thoughts about the future? I know we don't really want to spoil any story, and that would be unfair to all the lore fans watching. But is there anything around the quest specifically that you'd like to?
I mean, it's kind of implied. It's implied from the content that we've launched, and it's implied on the picture of the roadmap. Bilrak is still there. We're going to be looking more at his plans and where he's going.
Okay, Bilrak questline makes sense.
And I hear there might be a tie into the skilling boss, and is that a current thought?
Huh?
Yeah. So the
spoilers.
The first quest will tie together Sanctum of Rebirth. And
okay, I like spoilers.
Oh, so is the skilling boss also in Sanctum of Rebirth, is what you're saying? Just not in that piece of content?
He's saying too much.
Thank you for this. I appreciate it.
There you go, everybody. We talked about not spoiling your experience to spoil it. Okay, cool. So that's good. Just wanted to make sure we talked about this. I know there's a lot of questers out there who want to see the storyline continue, and it's a very difficult topic for us to broach, but an important one, I think.
Yeah, we always want to show that quests and lore is and the narrative is still so important to us, and it's such a fundamental part of what RuneScape is, but also we know that we don't want to just drop spoilers and just be like, here's what the story is and here's how it ends, because that experience day one of seeing people in the official Discord, in the lore channels being like, oh my god, and then in the different community spaces reacting to stuff is so important and such a magical moment. Like so many of the quests that have come out that we've seen, that day one experience has been so important. We don't want to put too much out there at the beginning and spoil it. So we just want to make sure that there's a balance there, that we bring people along for the journey. So yeah.
When we talk about season quests, you want to ask some questions on the seasonal quest?
Oh, don't even get me started on Halloween. It's over.
Sorry, seasonal quests, seasonal events.
Seasonal events, yes.
Of
So there was a lot of feedback when we initially broached the subject of having a new seasonal summer hub, and then we've kind of had to make those adjustments because we heard your feedback. It was super important that we made sure that we took that on board. There was a lot of concern that we would also be listening to feedback and cancelling Halloween as well. I was one of those people.
Halloween is cancelled.
I am among the many to see that it is still in there. I am overjoyed.
Now with Halloweeny colours.
Mod Ramen.
Ramen approved Halloween colours.
Honestly,
on the logo.
Yeah. Just to clarify, I want to throw this question out there. Is it a brand new event, and are we still taking that feedback on board about the balance between time limited but recurring annual content and permanent content? What's the sort of, are we trying to make sure that we strike a balance?
They're trying to do more permanent
Yeah, for
content.
sure. We want to make sure we have a healthy balance of, that permanent content in game, but not forgetting about seasonal events and leaving them behind. So obviously we heard that and we took that on board with the summer event. So we are reactivating the beach with some small quality of life changes, but not like a huge new summer hub, which was originally planned. I think it's also worth mentioning as well, setting up the new hubs as we've done with Christmas, as we've done with Easter, as we will be doing with Halloween. That's a huge bulk of the work done. And once that's done, it will take less dev work in future years to add new content to it.
And I think that's a lot of why that's why when you look at the roadmap for December, or winter, I should say, I don't want to say December, winter, we've got
chat, y'all
the story
good?
quest and the hub at the same time, because we can
And
have
the seasonal quest.
the seasonal quest within the hub. So there's kind of two quests coming out very, very quickly in short succession, because we don't have to be like, we have to make a new hub. What do we? We don't have to worry about that. It's already done. The hassle of that is over. So now we can just plug new stuff in, expand on it, iterate on it, make changes.
That doesn't mean we're not going to give something like Christmas Love, though, right? There is going to.
Yeah.
Can you give us an indication of like what that would be for like one of the returning hubs?
Okay, yeah.
I guess Christmas being our first.
So yeah, Christmas Village 2024 this year, as it will be called, right? 2024,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, it'll be the first hub that's returning. So it will mean that all the activities you had there will be there, including returning of the Black Party hat. So more opportunities to re-earn that. I hope I was allowed to say that. But then,
Black Party
if you didn't get to
prices.
play It's No Bother last year, you'll be able to come and then replay that quest.
Even though everybody knew
It will
that.
only be active for that period while the Christmas Village is active. If we are doing another quest, so another quest will take place in this hub. So the plan for the hubs was to, okay, cool, set up an area, make it beautiful, make it like really magical, really harking back to the original sort of holiday events we had. We called it corporate Christmas, and like what we mean by that is like you want to be walking out of Tesco's, right? You see your red, your Santa, all your stuff. This was the sales pitch for it.
Other supermarkets are available.
Yeah, other supermarkets.
Sorry,
yeah,
Ramen is so funny.
but like you want to jump into the game, and everything you've seen around you is what you're experiencing in real life. So it'll be returning, and then like the plan was to push the hubs sort of outward. So like you may have a stream up there or some woodland, and if we need to sort of dig into that for some area for a quest, we'll be able to do that. But as Luma said, the bulk of the work is done with the environment. It's now we'll be able to, because like whenever we did holiday events, so much effort. Like if you think about like the Halloween one,
Sleazer, thank you for the primer. Appreciate it.
2011, Web of Shadows, 2000, around that point. Wasted like resource, like we didn't bring them back, so the amount of art, effort and resource and animations that went into that don't get to see the light of day again. So it's about making something that has a return on investment and will return sort of constantly. So yeah, everything you saw last Christmas coming back plus more.
I'm sold. It is early. It is a bit early doors.
No, start leaking stuff. Let's go. Have some fun.
I've been thinking about it.
Fast and loose.
November 1st. What kind of ideas have we got bouncing around for a Halloween
What do?
Ooh.
We know it's the right color of orange.
Yeah, that's
But outside of that, what else? What else is on the
Give me Mod
card?
Ramen's watch
It's worth
color.
saying, work hasn't started on it yet, and we're also not the team who will be working on it.
Throw him under the bus.
But
But you know,
Now's your chance. Still.
Bring me the prem set.
as with Easter and Christmas, we've obviously wanted to be like quintessential Halloween, your pumpkins, your skeletons, your classic characters like Death and Muncher, continuing it to be set in Renmark. So obviously Christmas was the land of snow, Easter was the land of glade, so Halloween, land of, I think it's called Harvest. And yeah, reintroducing things, I think from old events will probably be looked to. Obviously there's quite a few good Halloween locations there. You've got Death's Mansion, you've got the Spider Realm, you've got the DEFCON Citadel, I know people are fans of. So I think just looking to old events and taking ideas from them, while also keeping it quintessential Halloween. There's a lot there to work with. Lots of people very, very excited about this project internally.
Yeah.
People, like, everyone's sort of desperate to work on Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that Mod Blackwitch and Mod Alex and a couple of the other environment art team were like, okay, we are actually going to fight to try and figure out who gets to do the
It should be in
event.
like
Have to
5 months for
Elisha
Group
pitch
Iron
back.
And they're
Man.
having to like divvy
Or
up
4
and
months?
come
4
through
months.
for all of the different environments for like all of the stuff on the roadmap, being like, okay, I really want to do Halloween, so I'll give you this, and then you give me Halloween, and they've been bartering over it, and so you know it's going to be good when they're that desperate to get involved with it. It's so exciting.
I guess just one question from me, like, I hope everyone looks at our roadmap and thinks, wow, that's quite a lot coming out in a 6 odd month period.
I would certainly hope so.
Do we expect Halloween to be similar in scale to Easter or Christmas? Do we even know that question yet? Are we maybe thinking of it being a bit smaller? Do we have any indication at this point of kind of how it might sit against the other 2 events?
I'd say a bit more similar to Christmas.
Yeah.
Easter was quite big.
Easter
I
went
think-
nuts with the hub. Like,
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
beautiful.
Yeah,
but
it's absolutely stunning, and like there's that room to expand. But yeah, it'll be it will either sit where Christmas sat or in between the two. We want to make sure that we're not like making a really sparse place where you don't want to make a place and fill it with content. You want to make content and then like slot it nicely and into the hub.
Well, but thank you for
and
the
then
sub, I
let's
appreciate it.
expand in the future.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things that I, even as someone who isn't the most
We've got
jolly
so
or
much to
festive
talk
of
about.
Christmassy people, walking around the Christmas hub and just seeing the amount of people condensed in that
Oh,
space
that's always the best,
with
yeah.
so many different things to do. I was like, oh, this is really nice. But then with Easter, it was like lovely and expansive.
How
but
can you say you're not jolly or Christmassy enough? Is it because you wear all black?
look at me? No.
If that
I
was the
don't.
case, like Mod Blackwitch still has a Christmas tree up, so
Yeah, it's still up. It's
Not a rule
It's
set.
still dying. It's very goth. It's very goth that it's still
yeah,
there.
true.
One last quick question about events, because I know people in chat have already mentioned it. I know people have been talking about this for ages. As soon as we were like, it's the beach. 2 words. Dung hole? Question mark?
No, I'm kidding. It's not gone. It's still there. It's totally still there.
Bro.
Yeah, bunghole.
He's like
of course,
Twitch
it's
chat
still
for
there.
real.
I don't
It's
know
not
if
good.
we could survive releasing the beach without it anymore.
Yeah.
Because it used to not
exactly.
be every year, right? In the beach, and then it became like a permanent fixture.
I
We
do not
did-
think I needed a
we
close
did
up of Doom
suggest
looking into the camera and going,
A skilling
dung hole?
goal that you had to dig the hole yourself. It was a community
think I
goal
needed
where we were
that.
like, okay, you want it, you have to earn it. You have to dig the hole yourself and then you unlock it. But
So TDLDR, Demonheim is going to look beautiful, but then you're going to be jumping into a dungeoneering hole to train. That's classic RuneScape, right? So good. Well, thank you very much. Obviously, I wish we could do more of a service to the lore and the seasonal events team. The amount of work and love and care that goes into this part that we can't often give you half as much details or and kind of lead you into what's going on is always a bit frustrating for us. But thank you very much for representing it and at least talking as much as we can about these things. And I'm excited to see very much about what Halloween's going to look like. So I guess we'll say a quick goodbye to our lovely
Yes.
J-Mods.
thank you so much.
There we have it. So we've got one last thing to talk to you about. We are
Oh
just about
boy.
to wrap up.
Oh, we're not done yet. Okay, I was going to
that
say
is
bye
the
and thank you. Here we go.
First look at our rest of year roadmap and the content held within. There is one more thing we wanted to talk about, and that's about how you can get involved in the future of RuneScape.
This is good to see.
Now, as we
Yeah.
discussed at the top of the show, last year we began involving the community more into what we do when it comes to development. And this year we've been setting up to take that even further. So let's take a look at how you can play an active part in the development of our future content, beginning as early as next week. So, I said beginning as early as next week, I meant this week. So,
Today.
at the end of this show, right on RuneScape.com, the 2024 player survey will be released.
Okay,
Now,
I'll make
I
sure
know
that's
some
linked
of
in
you
chat.
before have felt like, oh, I'm not sure if the quarterly surveys have much impact. They are really important to us. I can't stress that enough. And I just want to touch on that and just say it's a really, really important thing to fill out for us, but this one especially. And I'll let Mod Doom kind of talk a little bit about why that is.
Yes, I mean, I can personally attest to how important those surveys are. Mod Bam, who is Mod Hoolie's manager, constantly cites those surveys all the time. They're such a crucial part of informing how we progress. So this is the next step in that. This is bigger. This is beyond.
It's up on the RuneScape
2025.
website.
I know what you're thinking. Holy Zamorak, what is he on about? We have literally just been looking at 2024. We cannot be going that far ahead. But right. Part of our vision isn't just the planned content. It's making sure that the stuff that we aren't even showing you yet, beyond that, is informed by you as well. We want to make sure that we're better informed, making smarter decisions. We've got that survey in place that we want you to get involved with. We've been using them to really get a crucial understanding of how you're feeling right now, especially retrospectively about the last 3 months. That's been super important, but this is distinct and different in that you're going to be taking a key part in potential directions we've identified.
Mika,
Nothing
can I just
concrete.
link it
This
like
isn't-
that, or does it not work?
We're being like yes, no on something. It's not like that, but we want you to help us understand the kind of ways you're leaning and helping us shape our final 2025 roadmap. I can't believe I'm saying that right now, 2025 roadmap, but it's going to be playing a crucial part in that. You'll be influencing a very early design decisions.
I like
rather than
influencing.
granular, concrete stuff. I want to be very clear that this is sort of, we're looking slightly more
Themes and directions and thoughts.
direction. Yes, so it's a very useful, informative resource for us to be able to sit down and look
Am
at
I
and
Mod
say,
Ryan?
okay,
No. Mod
this the
Ryan
kind
is a
of thing we're
G,
going
and
for, rather than
I am nothing and no
this
one.
is do this because it won top billing on the server or anything like that. So we really want you to get involved in that, and it would mean the world to me personally if you guys all got involved in it. Please.
Well, now you've got to do it, clearly.
Do it for Doom.
The 2025 roadmap is something we're already thinking about. We already have some really clear ideas on where we want to go. This is about adding your voice to that
No,
process,
I'm not a
giving
Jagex
us
one.
indications and directions to build a roadmap that is essentially more better informed by you, whilst kind of taking that kind of design inspiration and excitement that this team can bring. So we're really excited to see that. It will also have a little bit of influence on what we're doing and what we've announced today on 2024.
Hi, Mod Camel.
So it's a really
How
cool
are
way
you?
to add your voice to that process. So beyond that, we talked about this a little bit at the top of the show. We're going to be doing a Discord stage. So if you don't know what that is, it's kind of like a live podcast on Discord.
So I'm
where
going to
you
be
can come
streaming
and
this on
contribute
Twitch, by
questions
the
in
way.
chat,
If you don't like
and
Discord, I'm
influence
going to
the
stream it on
discussion of
Twitch.
the show.
I got
I'm going to be
permission.
sitting down with Mon Marcos, who you heard at the top of the show. And this is going to be to give you a behind the scenes of what's been going up the studio. How did we get to this point of being able to announce this roadmap? Maybe even go into a little bit of some of the challenges we've faced, and maybe a little bit of reasoning behind some of our lack of communication in areas. Let's be very upfront. But we're really excited to talk to you about that. We want to, for those of you who are interested in it, we do want to provide you more insight and reason into what's been going on at the studio and how we've been building for the future. So I'm really excited to do that and hopefully kind of be more transparent and open with all of you. There's also a couple of things on the content front coming up.
man.
As well.
Yes.
Okay.
Next week, we'll be diving into the Sanctum of Rebirth. Ooh, not actually.
I'm
physically
so
diving
happy
into it,
they're
'cause I don't
streaming
know
every
if
week.
we're even
This was something that
allowed to
I
do
really,
this.
really
I'm not gonna
pushed.
think
I was
about
like,
the law
if
implications.
there's any way
Anyway,
to
across the
stream
live stream
every
and the
week,
blog,
that's
we're gonna be
amazing
sharing
for
some of the new
everybody.
ideas we've got, and
It
we
helps
want
the Twitch
to
community
hear
too.
Your feedback on that. So you're going to get a first look at all the ideas we've got bouncing around in our collective heads, and then you're going to be able to weigh in on that, give some feedback, and let us know what you think, which is super exciting. I'm very, very, very excited for that. I cannot wait. We're also going to be keeping the development discussions going the week after with another live stream talking about skilling updates, focusing on how we feel is best for us to bring the content to existing skills with other topics as well. We'll be joined by Mod Jack, and we are super excited to involve you early on with this one. So it's going to be a really, really cool time.
It's also worth mentioning some of these dates we may shift slightly forward, especially that skilling update one. We're thinking like Osseous is coming out that day. We kind of want to give it some of the sun, but this is just to give you a general indication is we want this conversation to keep going. This is just the start of that, and it's something that we want to put concerted effort into First with these kind of more immediate updates coming in July and August, and then obviously, or at least our targets.
Sorry, we're gonna
and then
read
kind
that
of
as soon
looking
as the
beyond
stream's
that,
done.
we'll look
I
at
need
where
to
we
read
go
that. That's so
afterwards
sick.
and how we have the conversations about things like the skilling boss, for example, and maybe even quests, who knows it. But we're always going to be thinking about how we can talk about our content earlier and bring you into that discussion. So, on that note, that is the end of the show. So right now, I'm hopeful that the lovely Modazana is hitting the publish button.
Right, I'm gonna say
you are going to be able to find pretty much everything we discussed about the roadmap on RuneScape.com right now in our new blog. On behalf of the whole RuneScape team, we want to say a massive thank you for watching and for being part of our community. We know there's been a lot of things going on behind the scenes here to get everything in place to be able to have this conversation with you. As we said, we'll talk about that more on the Discord station on Friday, but we know at times that that's caused a little bit of frustration around our communication and kind of the forward visibility you want, and that fear about the dreaded maintenance mode, which, as Marcos assured, we are not anywhere near. If you take anything from today, I hope sincerely you can see the love everyone at the studio has for the game, and I hope this roadmap feel like it respects your time, your money, and the love you put into RuneScape as well. We have a long future ahead of us, and RuneScape isn't going anywhere. That's kind of what I wanted to end the show with, I guess.
Holy,
is there anything you want to end with as a final message?
We are so back.
I think.
Hey, that's what I said.
Well,
wait a
with
second.
That, I think that's a sign off. Have a wonderful week, skaters. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
I've been plagiarized.
And we will see you in Gillinor. Take care.
Hello? I'm suing him. First he pointed at me, and now this? Nah, I'm outie. Okay, we have so much to talk about. Oh my goodness. So, I think the first thing I want to do is I want to go through the news post, and then we're going to do another rundown through the roadmap as well, talking about everything that they discussed. I took notes throughout the whole thing so that we can actually go through each of the roadmap pieces, and then I'll add all of the additional stuff. But the first thing I think we want to do is I think we should look through the news post, scroll through it. I want to read the message from Mod Marcos. I think is going to be really, really important because, wait, a final word. Wait, is he leaving as well? Wait, Mod Marcos? Hello? Uh-oh. Thank you for all the Prime subs and stuff, by the way, and all the chat messages. I appreciate it. I had my alerts muted because I wanted people to be able to hear the stream. He's leaving as well? Immediately? All right, dude. Wait, let's see. Who do you think we bribed to get a RuneScape host? What do you guys think? Chat, what mod do you think I'd send a bribe to? I've got my wallet by my desk. Like, I got it. What do you guys think? Who should we bribe? Sponge? I don't think Sponge could do it. All right, I'll ask Sponge. All right. So, can you sauce me one of them raids, please? That'd be sick. Pause, champ. Pause, champ. Holy moly, thank you so much for the 20 gift subs. N5W Mob, huge W, thank you so much. That's super, super kind of you. Genuinely means a lot. That's really sick. Wait, they actually rated... Wait, they rated nobody? Okay, we're discussing anyway. We're discussing. All right, let's go. Well, you know, look, you win some, you lose some. Sometimes it works. Other times, I just didn't whip out the wallet fast enough. That's fine. Okay. So, let's get some RuneScape music, man. I'm in such a good mood. This is so sick. What a freaking day. Dude, like, genuinely, what a freaking day. Okay. Thank you again for the 20 gift subs. That's super, super kind of you. Thank you. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. So the first thing that happened in the stream today is I should change my crop, actually. Wait, 1 second. Let's make it look pretty. Go there, duplicate that, and then go there, and There. Beautiful. Cool. Okay. That's much better. Dude. All right, team, let's get into this now. So the first thing that happened and that they announced, and this was an absolute bombshell, is at the very start of the stream, they announced that Mod Marcos is the new executive producer for RuneScape. So executive producer, it's effectively the top dog in terms of executives. So what they do is they're in control of a lot, both from a design standpoint, not like, oh, work on this update, but the bigger picture stuff of what their design objectives are, what the configuration of the teams is going to be, stuff like that, and what kind of content they want to focus on. So the really, really big thing about this is Mod Marcos is the executive producer for old school RuneScape. So if you've been looking over, like a lot of people have lately, at old school and being like, man, grass looks pretty green over there. Effectively, from the top down, old school's top executive is now also working on RuneScape. Yeah, he's not moved on from old school. He's doing both games now. What is Mod Jack? Mod Jack is the lead game designer. So Mod Jack determines design direction. So first thing that we notice from Mod Marcos, immediately he's on camera. He's putting himself in front of the community, and he's chatting about his role and what he wants to do with the game. And the first thing that he said is, we are not in maintenance mode. We are not trying to slowly ride this game off into retirement, into the sunset. We are trying to grow, which for anyone who plays RuneScape, that is really, really big. Obviously, they need to actually do good on that promise. But I think if you look at the roadmap, looking pretty good. So let's give this a read. Hey everyone, I'm Mod Marcos. For the last couple of years, I've been an executive producer for old school RuneScape, and I've recently also begun working on RuneScape 2. This roadmap is a result of months of hard work from the RuneScape team to really set a clear path forward, putting the pieces in place to develop content in a way that involves players while ensuring we release meaningful updates every single month. I hope that comes through in what we've shown you today. I've worked at Jagex for many years and actually started on the RuneScape team. I want to see RuneScape thriving for many years to come. I'm ambitious for the game in the same way I was when I started working on old school, but I realize that delivery is much more important than saying the right thing. It's down to myself and the team to get back into the groove of consistently delivering excellent content. I would love for you to join me and Mod Huli on a Discord stage this Friday at 15:30 game time. I'll also be streaming it on Twitch to hear more about what's been going on at the studio. We'll be sitting down to discuss all the work that's been going on these past few months, how we're applying a player-involved development feature in a RuneScape-specific way, and the vision we have for many years ahead of us. I hope you'll drop by and listen in, ask some questions, and hopefully we'll walk away with a lot more answers. Thank you for support. I'm looking forward to the stories you'll tell with this content and to meet many of you in person at RuneFest later this year. So this in particular is incredible. I'm ambitious for the game the same way I was when I started working on old school. Delivery is much more important than saying the right thing. This is something that has plagued RuneScape for so long. They have really good intentions. They say all the right stuff, but they don't deliver on it. And then the player base feels lied to or misled in some way, even though there was no intention to mislead. It just didn't work out. So this is big. This is really, really big. They've also signed off the news post, good catch, the same way they do on old school news posts, giving credit to all of the devs that worked on it. And I think that's great. I think it's really cool. I think it's good to get people's names on things. I think people deserve that. Just a really, really cool way to give people some credit. I do want to mention, Mod Ryan mentioned, that is actually me. I have taken Mod, no, it's not. Nope. We are going to do the survey on stream as well. But yeah, do we want to do the survey now or do we want to go through the roadmap? Surely we go through the roadmap. Quick little pass through the roadmap. Keeper isn't on the list. Looks like Marcos is the new EP. Yeah, that is, Marcos is the new EP. Dude, we're so back. The survey is very long. Ghost, it is a good thing we got time. All right, team. So, RuneScape is a game we've heavily committed to and continues to have a long future ahead of it. Over the past 2 months, we've been intensely working to build a better future for the game through fundamental changes to the way we approach development. This is big too. This is an admission that they're not happy with the direction in the past and they're changing it. And I think for RuneScape players, that's a breath of fresh air. I think RuneScape players are pretty tired of hearing that things are good when they feel like things aren't good. And this to me is a really, really good direction to take. I think you earn a lot of goodwill in the player base by being willing to address the elephant in the room and say, things haven't been going the best. Here's how we're course correcting. So that's really, really awesome. Changes that prioritize player involvement in our development is how we uphold a monthly schedule of content releases and how we empower our developers to make the best content possible. Thank you to every Scaper for your patience as we put the piece in place. Now we're finally ready to unveil the rest of our roadmap. I'll give you guys a little more insight into that. As far as I understand, the way that they're doing these updates every month, you get a big update. I believe RuneScape for the dev side has 3 core teams. So each team is going to do 4 updates a year every 3 months. And if you stagger them correctly, you get a big update every month. Is effectively how that works. So yeah, very cool. So we got the roadmap itself, which we'll go through in a moment, of course. But first thing, new mode, Group Iron Man. Can I say, RuneScape hasn't had a new game mode in over 10 years? Is Keeper totally gone? I don't know. No, I don't think anybody knows. They didn't detail it. This is not about their company structure. Yeah, I don't think anybody knows. Fresh Start World does not count as a new game mode. That is cap. That was limited time cap, and you know it. And if you think it was a real game mode, you're coping. Not real, doesn't count. New game mode, Group Iron Man. I mean a permanent game mode, not a temporary. Nah, permanent game mode, a real game mode. Yes, it's true. Group Iron Man is coming later this year. 10 years on from the launch of Iron Man mode, we're excited to launch a brand new way to experience Iron Man. We think it's an incredible way to re-experience RuneScape with your friends or introduce some new ones to the game, and we can't wait to see the stories that come out of it. Iron Man is a version of RuneScape where everything has to be earned with your own blood, sweat, and tears. This means no grand exchange, player trading, or treasure hunter. So this is a confirmation. They're putting it in the news post because they know people are going to be dooming and like, oh, I bet treasure hunter is a name. Nope. They are releasing a no treasure hunter game mode in the year 2024. And I cannot stress enough how big that is. Because if you asked me a couple years ago if I thought we'd ever get a new game mode, I have always said, I don't see them putting out a new game mode that doesn't have MTX in it. No player trade. Yeah, you can trade only between the people on your team. Yeah. Your group has a shared bank, but it's Iron Man mode. So yeah, this is huge. This is a definitive proof that they are spending a lot of money making this game mode. And it's very clearly to make a really good game mode. Yeah, that's a classic new ownership W right there. It really is. Group Iron Man takes that experience and makes it social. You'll still be subject to a lot of the same restrictions, but within your group, you'll gain a lot more freedom than standard Iron Man. Within your Group Iron Man friend group, you'll have access to a shared storage, gain the ability to trade with one another. If you're the competitive type, compete for glory on the Group Iron Man leaderboards. So when you get your hands on this exciting mode, stay tuned for a confirmed release date at RuneFest 2024. So it'll be after September. New boss dungeon, Sanctum of Rebirth. First off, this looks like something I've seen before. Does it not? Does this look like anything to you guys? It looks like a cross between Tuska and old school's TOA is what I was going to say. This looks just like Tomes of a Masket. Interesting. Curious. Hey, I am just here to speculate. It looks like the floor from TOA. It really does. It literally looks like TOA's final room. Wait, TOA final boss room. Let's do a little, the Warden, right? Oh, it really does. Wait, it really does. This is the final room in TOA. Huh. Curious. Very curious. Interesting. Yeah, look at this, man. These are the same room. Like, these are pretty cool. But yeah, anyway. Sanctum of Rebirth is a new spin on Elite Dungeons coming this July. In this new boss dungeon experience, 1 to 4 players can delve into the Sanctum and take on 3 unique bosses across normal or hard difficulty levels. Sanctum of Rebirth takes the Elite Dungeon experience and focuses it down to just the bosses, cutting out the areas packed with mobs to traverse. That you'll still get a breather and some rewards between each of the fights. We're not monsters. So this to me feels like an old school raid. Like, it really feels like an old school raid where you just have boss, boss, boss. And I think it's a really good model. I think people that want a PVM, and people that want to kill Slayer mobs want to kill Slayer mobs. So combining the two of them so that you have to kill the Slayer mobs to PVM, and you have to PVM to kill the Slayer mobs, not so good. So I really like this. Thank you, Corky, for the sub. I appreciate it. Clearing the Sanctum will be your route to the brand new Tier 95 Magic Dual weapons. For those amongst you able to conquer the biggest challenge, you may even get access to a new upgrade item to push weapons past Tier 95. Okay. Power creep. Bit of power creep per chance. But hey, we like a little power creep. Power creep never did nothing bad to us, right? As part of our work to develop content more closely with the community, we'll be looking at you for help to define the new combat encounter, from getting your take on the new death and revive mechanic for this dungeon through a beta world playtest for potential Tier 95 reward designs. Next week, we'll reveal how you can get involved. So, a new revive mechanic, my guess, and I hope this is the case, does anyone have a copy of Omid's revive mechanic suggestion? And if anyone could put it in the chat, Omid a couple years ago when we were talking about death costs, came up with something that I thought was absolutely genius as a way to do a revive mechanic. That looked absolutely sick to me, and I think it would work perfectly in here. I'm paraphrasing, but effectively, instead of when you die, you go to death and you're booted, when you die, you can basically spectate the fight as a corpse or a tomb or something, and then other people on the team can actually use an ultimate ability, so it's a cost of their adren, and they have to be stationary for a period of time, but if they're able to, they can actually revive you back into the fight, mid-fight. It's basically a Fortnite reboot van, but it's but without the van part, which I thought was a really cool idea. Just because instead of dying and then letting your other people on the team finish the boss kill or whatever for you, this is a casual game. It doesn't change the balancing at all to have a revive mechanic. So I'm very stoked with that idea. And to have a battle van also means you get a battle bus. So we're gonna get an actual bus to fly into the underworld on. But yeah, seems cool. And with a battle bus and a battle van comes a battle pass, baby. Let's go. No, thank you. No, sorry. Okay, month after, we have a brand new skilling boss. Also, dude, where's my Twitch chat? I found it. Okay, you know what? I don't think I want you guys on the screen. Maybe I do. Maybe you guys can go here. I don't know if I want to house you guys. I feel like this enables bad behavior, but you know, whatever. Cool. New skilling boss. RuneScape's second skilling boss is on the way. Playable solo or as a group. So they've definitely learned from Croesus there. Soloable is good. I think in general. New skilling boss will be directly tied to the Sanctum of Rebirth as the main storyline with an accompanying story quest. Our design for the encounter and rewards is still in the early stage of development right now. So let us know what you'd love to see. As our initial designs come together, we'll be bringing you into a product, take on some of our new concepts, especially when it comes to our reward system, which is good because Croesus has one of the worst reward systems of any game in history. So I think that's really, really good. And as you can see by this very, very high definition shape. Oh, I see an Elite Dungeon chest. Okay, so we got an Elite Dungeon chest. I have what appears to be a Soul Chaos Witch. This looks like the Icthlaran dog. Do we know who the Icthlaran dog is? Yeah, that's a Menaphos chest. Yeah, that's a doggo. That's a doggo. A Menaphos doggo. A Menaphos chest. A Menaphos Soul Witch, obviously. And this appears to be souls, so I feel like we're in the underworld. So I feel like this is the under the Menaphos. And even that's one of the desert god storyline people things. But it's upside down. So I would imagine if we reversed this, the structural integrity would be a little better. That's my one concern. That's a mascot symbol? Dude, literally TOA. Maybe we're fighting a mascot. I do see a distinct lack of giraffes, though. So that's a little unfortunate, but very cool. Yeah, combining that with this outside part looks like Raziel's Citadel a little bit. And then this just looks like the final room from Tomes of Mascot in Old School. So definitely getting a theme there. Underworld X Desert kind of situation. Pretty cool. Then they talked about the new story quests and the skilling updates. I'll skip over the story quests because they described it really well in the stream. But for the skilling updates, skills are the heart of RuneScape. You wear your hard-earned skill capes with pride. So we're rewarding your efforts with new content updates that expand on what high-level skills can offer. Our first two updates in this vein arrive in 2024, with mining and smithing, followed by woodcutting and fletching. In both updates, we'll be introducing a new resource to acquire, new skill equipment to earn, and new powerful items to create. A great excuse to revisit your favorite skills. We'll be making sure we can deliver these updates regularly across a variety of skills, so our current plans don't include alternate training methods or reworks. Our mining and smithing update will introduce Daemonheim mining, allowing you to mine Daemonheim ores on the surface world for the first time. With your ores converted to primal bars, you'll be able to craft primal armor and equipment, even get a brand new masterwork weapon. We'll also introduce a new top-tier pickaxe. Beyond the new skilling content, there's also plenty for us to consider with how we add this new content to the skills. To make sure we're adding content with real value to skillers, we'll be consulting the community on our plans later this month. Yeah, so something they're not mentioning is if they're going to 120 or not, but interesting. My read on that concept art is there's going to be an Amasket versus Icthlaran God Wars dungeon as, yeah, that'd be cool. Do I think praises will be used to upgrade to tier 95 duels? I am apologizing to all the AODers before I say that. I think that would be a very stupid idea. Doubt. Extreme doubt. Sorry, AODers. AOD's GP per hour has gone down from 80 mil an hour to 77 mil an hour. Time to say goodbye to your bird. Find a new one. Yeah, so this is the Dungeoneering update coming out later this month. Looks pretty cool. I don't know why, but I feel like they just haven't finished the model for Osis, you know? Like, it just feels like it's not very filled out, you know? Like, they've got the armature, clearly. But there's nothing on, like, is he gonna get skin? Bro gotta eat. Yeah, that rib cage, you know? I can see his ribs. Where's the meat part? It's just a bare bones model? Okay. Yes, this is the agility one. All right, team. So, I think what I want to do is let's go over the roadmap. And then, once we've gone over the roadmap, we're going to do the survey. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to show the roadmap. And we're actually going to talk about each point and then also the additions to each point as well. Because that just seems like a good idea. Okay, there we go. Bit of that. Dude, Stormy in chat being positive at RS3. 1, Pog, we'll take those. Glad you've come around. And 2, I can't believe this. Okay. let me just figure out how I want to configure this. Because this feels like a terrible way to do it. I'm not gonna lie. That seems okay though. Okay, there. Beautiful. Okay, yeah, because then I can just like, yeah, cool. Awesome. I've never been negative a single second of my life. Story, I just hope you remember this moment moving forward. I'm in pain. The survey is going to take a while. That's okay. I think it's really important. They want people doing it, so I'm going to do it on stream. I'm going to do my part, all right? Mod Doom said do it for me, so I'm going to do it for Doom. Okay, team. Let's get into it. You know what might be fun too? You guys can rate all of the updates out of, like, all of the roadmap points out of 10. Once I get to the end of them for each one. That'll be fun. Okay. Let's get it. So first thing, and we already know about this in the roadmap, we got Requiem for a Dragon, which has already been released, as well as the Blooming Burrow. Later on this month, in the month of May, we're going to be getting the Osius Rex Matriarch. And the notes on the Osius Rex Matriarch are as follows. So this boss fight is going to come after a level 70 Necromancy quest that has like an archaeology requirement around 35. It is going to be a little harder and a little more mechanical than the other Rex Matriarchs, but it is still a Rex Matriarch. So it's going to be mid-level. And Mod Ramen specifically said, if you go in with top tier gear, you're going to face roll this thing. The one interesting thing about this boss is it has 4 different pets, which is interesting. And I'm kind of hoping, I'm not going to lie, I think it would be really, really funny if for the 4 pets, it's just the regular Osis pet, but then each pet upgrade gets like a little bit more skin and actual flesh. I just think that would be fun. So that eventually we have like a functioning alive dino. I'm just saying, would be pretty cool. Cool. Next off, heading between spring and summer, but also I believe happening this month, is a new archaeology site in Daemonheim. So this was specifically set up to fill 2 different gaps in the leveling point. The first one starts in the mid-70s and ends up around level 108 or 109, something like that. So there's like a 70 to 90 range and then like an 105 to 110 range for this new dig site. They did say there are going to be new archaeology relics coming out of this, so that's an important note. And then the biggest thing I think, or the thing I'm most excited about, is Mod Blackwitch and the art team have also completely revamped and overhauled the overworld of Daemonheim. So Daemonheim is actually getting a fully functional rework as well, which I think is really, really cool. Okay, now into the big stuff. The first big thing that is coming out this year, this is coming out towards the end of the summer. So my guess is, well, it's going to be probably, I'd say July or August, is a new boss dungeon called the Sanctum of Rebirth. So it's not called an elite dungeon. The difference is an elite dungeon has a boss and then mobs and then a boss and then mobs. This looks like it's shaping up a lot more like an old school RuneScape raid because it's just 3 bosses back to back to back. It's more of a boss rush than anything else. So my guess is there's going to be some kind of loot chest. And I could see them borrowing a lot of things from old school's TOA because it looks thematically similar. And yeah, 3 bosses back to back to back. I'm very excited about it. It's going to be playable in groups of 1 to 4 players, so small groups or solos. And then there's a normal mode and a hard mode. No story mode this time around. As for drops, they said it's going to be dropping tier 95 magic dual wield weapons, which is extremely powerful. Obviously, AOD and appraisals that have been tier 92 have been around for a long time. But they did also specify, I can speak, that there are going to be brand new special effects on these tier 95s as well that are TBA. So you've got TOA and TBA to be announced. They haven't figured out what they're going to do with it. But what Sponge wants to do is Sponge wants to make a combat beta with a bunch of different effects so that we actually get our hands on the weapons before they come out and we get to basically vote or have an impact on what they end up being, which I think is really cool. I think sometimes I like to be surprised with things, but other times I'm very open to this. I think getting player feedback on an early stage usually results in better content. And then the one other thing to mention about the Sanctum of Rebirth is that Mod Sponge also said with regard to rewards that there's something else that is really, really big or really, really cool or really, really important in the reward set. And it is unknown what that is. He didn't allude to anything, if it's an ability upgrade, a system upgrade. But the special thing about it is it could take weapons, and this is a direct quote, past tier 95. So I have no idea how that works. Can't really wrap my head around that. But it's looking like this summer we're actually breaking the tier 95 barrier in some way. Dakota said, do you think they came up with all this stuff quickly? No, but I do think a lot of this happened after Hero Pass. So what I think happened is they had their plan and then the Hero Pass, and then the Hero Pass made them really look in the mirror and go, holy shit, what are we doing, guys? And then there was a lot of months of no content as they were reworking their system so that it never happened again. And then I think this is coming out kind of a bit as a result of that. That is what I would say. So yeah, that would be my guess. Is it's sort of as a result, but not because of the Hero Pass, if you will. Okay. So that's the Sanctum of Rebirth. In addition to that, during the summer, there's a mining and smithing skilling update. As part of this mining and smithing update, there is going to be a new masterwork weapon that is craftable, as well as new armor, and a new best in slot pickaxe. And the whole point of the mining and smithing update is going to be end game skilling. So I would assume for people that are at or past level 99. And it's going to be Daemonheim related. So you're actually going to be able to make the Daemonheim ores outside of Daemonheim in the real world. So the top tier weapon, I believe they said was going to be like primal. Very, very cool. And then the next thing that's also coming out at the same point is a new necromancy ability, which is going to give you the 4th conjured spirit. So my guess is that's going to be a drop from the Sanctum of Rebirth. That would be probably how I would do it if you're looking for drops from maybe like the first boss. So there is going to be a 4th conjure coming out, which is unlocked at level 106 necromancy. Okay, heading into autumn now. Also, sorry for the YouTuber voice. It's just, you know, it's time. Heading into autumn now. Following up the Sanctum of Rebirth, we've actually got a brand new skilling boss. So a kind of follow-up to Croesus, and they specifically referenced Croesus a lot when they were talking about it. And they specifically said there was going to be a lot of learning from Croesus. The absolute bombshell to me is that apparently, allegedly, Croesus is the second most popular boss encounter in the game, which is why we're getting another skilling boss. That blew my mind. Because in my circles, I don't see too many people doing Croesus unless they're an Iron Man that needs a reward from Croesus. But yeah, that's crazy to me. What is first? My guess is it would be Archglacior, possibly because of bots. But yeah, a lot of people do Croesus apparently. So we're getting a new Croesus. So in this new skilling boss, some of the things that they had mentioned about it, I'm just going over to my notes because that seems important. Okay, yeah. The biggest difference from Croesus are twofold. The first thing is that it's going to be it's going to be different skills from the Croesus skills. So we can assume there isn't going to be a fishing node, there isn't going to be a mining node, there isn't going to be a woodcutting node, and there isn't going to be a, what's the other Croesus node? Oh my God. Hunter node. So probably 4 different skills, assuming this pyramid has 4 sides, which it does. And then the one other big difference is they confirmed that this is going to be a soloable boss. And you could say, well, Croesus is technically soloable, but it's soloable in such a way that it is terribly inefficient to do so, and you would not do it unless you either were challenged to do it one time or you hated yourself in a very special way. So my take on this is that there's going to be a new loot system, which I think is really good because Croesus' loot system, if I may, is absolutely terrible. In my personal opinion, it is one of the least preferential loot systems to exist. Also in autumn, we've got a new story quest, as well as a new Slayer monster and a Necromancy Slayer Helm upgrade. So if you're still going to want to be using a Fractured Staff of Armadyl, moving past this point, you're going to want to get this upgrade, and then you're going to do hard mode Carapac with Necromancy and probably face roll him in 2.5 minutes with no inputs. So pretty big day for the Irons that are trying to get a Fractured Staff of Armadyl. The Necromancy Slayer Helm update or upgrade is something everyone kind of knew was coming out at some point. It's not going to have any huge PVM implications outside of that, but it should also make Vorkath easier too, because you can do Vorkath on a dragon task. And currently, if you're using Necromancy, you don't get a boost, but if you're using the other styles, you do. Okay. After the new skilling boss, we have what I would say is probably the biggest update announcement. I'm trying to think of since when. To me, this is bigger than Elder God Warriors Dungeon. Which is, we are getting Group Iron Man mode. And Group Iron Man mode is absolutely insane for a number of reasons. I think it's big for a couple reasons. First off, it is a permanent game mode. And it's something that RuneScape players have been asking about forever. I think it was relatively successful in old school. I think it's just a really good, fresh way to approach RuneScape 3. For me personally, I'm all over this as a content creator. Of course, I love this idea. It's going to inspire so much interesting, fun, creative content. But in addition to that, I just think it's going to be a really fun way to experience RuneScape. It almost bridges a gap between Iron Man and main, in the sense that you're going to be able to play with your friends. You're going to be able to group up with your friends. You're going to be able to trade your friends who are in your group. And in addition to that, there's no MTX. They've already specified that there will be no treasure hunter enabled in Group Iron Man mode, which to me is a really, really big change. It's something that gives me personally a lot of faith and goodwill that, moving forward in this game, not everything needs to have an MTX component to it. So that's a really, really big thing for me. I just think it's good. I think it's really, really good overall. I think it says a lot about them acting on the things that they've been saying about making better content. And to me, this is huge. I'm so excited for this. They said there isn't going to be a release date until RuneFest. So at RuneFest, they'll be announcing when it's coming out, but it's coming out in autumn of 2024. So like old school, it'll likely have a group bank. How will augmented item work? How will augmented items work? I have no idea. And the other good question to ask as well is, will there be a group hardcore Iron Man mode? My guess is there would be. I don't see why they wouldn't. That's another really fun option too. I'm imagining how much fun it would be to take on something like this new 1 to 4 person boss as a group hardcore Iron Man on a team of other Iron. Like, I just think it would be so cool. I do hope there are restrictions so that you can maybe only PVM with people in your group. I think would be really, really cool. If that isn't a restriction set on the mode, I will set that on my own group Iron Man. Just because I think it's a lot more fun if you actually are 5 people against the world. Seems really, really cool. And then the last 2 little updates this year. We've got a skilling update to fletching and woodcutting, sort of in the same vein as mining and smithing rework 2. And then following that up, we've got a Halloween event, a seasonal quest. We've got a new story quest with Bill Rack, so that's going to be continuing kind of the Zhao Talk storyline. So it'd be a sequel to, or a sequel or a kickoff of the next kind of storyline we're going to be going into, following up the Requiem of a Dragon quest. And then we've got the Christmas Village, which is going to be basically a complete repeat from last year, including the black party hat. This is ambitious. This is a lot of content coming out. But I have a question for you guys in the Twitch chat. Here is what I want to know. Completely current thoughts. I want you guys to rate this roadmap based on your expectations, 1 through 10. In old school, when you're in a group, you get a prestige status. Anyone in the group. If you PvM with anyone that isn't, you lose the prestige. I'm seeing a lot of 10s in the chat. Whoa, okay. 6. Okay, I see a 2. That's allowed. Hey, it's not going to be perfect for everybody, but honestly, I am blown away. We've got 9s, we've got 10s, we've got 6s, we've got 7s. I think for me, oh man. See, I want you guys to get your votes in first. I expected a 3, so it's a 10. Fair enough. I'm seeing a lot of 9s, some 5s. I think overall, the average score we're getting here is like a 8.5 or a 9. RS3 is back. That is how I feel. I feel like we are so back. And in the discussion too, they hit all of the important notes as well. They hit the note of, we know you don't want to feel like we're in maintenance mode. We're not, and this is how we're going to prove it to you. We want RuneScape to thrive for years to come. It's just things like that that, like, in the past have fallen on deaf ears because they say that and then they do Hero Pass. And I think this time around, they're saying that and they're doing a lot. MTX wasn't even mentioned, which I think is really good. To me, compared to the first half of the year, it's night and day difference. I am going to give today's roadmap. Dude, like, it's hard to not give it a really high score because compared to the last 6 months and compared to my expectations, like, I'm kind of blown away, honestly. Yeah, give it a 9. I'm giving it a 9. I'm locking in a 9 out of 10. Because I think they're kind of killing it. Yeah, 9 out of 10. That's my score. Think you'll be able to create a jam with your Iron friends with your current Iron accounts? No, definitely not. You'll need a new account, just like old school. Yeah, it'll be fresh accounts, I'm sure. You won't be able to take an existing Iron Man and then just make it a group Iron Man, because if there are restrictions in group Iron Man mode, you'd basically be taking your Iron Man and then you'd be changing the account type. They never allow that. That's so sick. Won't count anything until it gets released. Yeah, once again, this is just a reaction and a score on the actual roadmap. Obviously, yeah, we'll have to see how the actual updates come out. If they come out all borked, you know, you take a 9 and it turns into a 2. But I'm really, really pleased with what they talked about. Old school allows you to convert regular Iron Man to group Iron Man. Like, without losing any progress, like, you just get to convert them? Oh, really? I did not know that. I am super incorrect on that. You get a green helmet. Oh, so it's like a converted one. Okay, then maybe they allow that. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. If they're smart, they'll release it during an old school content drought. Get old school people coming in, yeah. I'm super excited for Group Iron Man. The person that I would love to, and I'll just put this out into the world, the person I would love to do a Group Iron Man with, I would love to do a Group Iron Man with Sick Nerd. Assuming he comes back, that would make me really, really happy. I don't know if he's down or he's got a team or whatnot, but that would be really, really cool for me. That is what I would like to do personally. That is who I would like to partner up with. I'm putting that out into the world. And yeah, I'll reach out to him once there's a release date and stuff too. But to leech viewers, correct. That is everything about everything that any content creator does is specifically to get the highest viewership possible. That is correct. How did you know? If that was the case, we would all be playing Fortnite. Okay. Can I be the token noob in the group who's not expected PvM but does a lot of skilling? Sure. That's too funny. 1 to 5 players, some dungeons are 4 players capped. Yeah, but not everyone's going to be playing at the same time. Wait, imagine doing Beastmaster and Yaka on a group Iron Man that can only group with the group? Oh my god, that'd be so sick. You finished the survey, you did your part. I am happy for you. And speaking of which, it is pinned, but this is the survey that Mod Doom specifically said he would personally love it and be forever grateful if you did it. If you guys want to do it with me, you're more than welcome to. Is there another way to get in touch with RuneScape? They did not apply to my ticket. It depends on the nature of the ticket, but usually, like, their support channels are generally decent. But it depends. It's very... There's some insane content stuff on here. All right, let's do it then. All right, team. Here we go. Yeah, dude, I swear 80% of the people that talk about player support being terrible on Twitter are, like, have actually broken the rules and they're kind of coping. Like, I think it's way easier to say, I was falsely banned, Roots player support's terrible at Jagex Ash than it is to actually own up to the fact that you probably broke the rules. Change my 6 to a 9, maybe a 10, depending on how the Sanctum turns out. Okay. All right, team. Your personal data will be used in accordance with our privacy policy. Uh-oh. All right. Here we go. How old are you? Oh. Wait, did Omid do his on stream? I'm really curious as to how old he is. All right. 25 to 34. Hey, I'm getting married in a month, all right? We're getting up there. We're aging up. Omid clicked 65 plus. Okay. How would you describe yourself? I would describe myself as a male. They don't have an option for tall male, but, you know, take male. It's fine. Cool. Which games have you played? Technically both. Played old school for a year when EOC came out and never looked back. Hello, this is news to me. Yeah, hi. I'm getting married next month. Here, look. That was just a mention. See, look. Look how happy and not remotely entrapped we both are. Okay. Congrats, thank you. You can self-describe as a tall male. Yeah, no, I'm not memeing with that stuff. I'm actually glad that those options exist so people can self-describe, and I wouldn't want to make a joke out of that existing because I think it's a really good thing to offer. Okay. How do you play RuneScape? I'll say I mostly play on PC. I'd like to ask you a bit more about how you play RuneScape. Which of the following describes how recently you played RuneScape? In the previous week. In the past 30 days, how many days did you play RuneScape? Okay, like... Okay, I'm feeling a little called out. Like, look, it's not like that. It's not like that. It's just that, like sometimes you gotta do a farm run, all right? Sometimes it's just a farm run. What's your current overall skill level? Surely I'm over 3K, right? Let's check. Oh boy. I'm over 3K, right? Oh man, this survey's making me feel a certain kind of way. My total is... Wait, where are my stats, dude? Here. 3,018. Okay. I'm actually only barely over. Let's check. I'm barely over. That's the max amount. Oh. Okay, well, never mind. When did you start playing RuneScape? More than 15 years ago. What is the display name of your main character? No. The RS guy. Next page. Which of the following describes your current membership status? Premier membership. See, one of the things, I have like 11 different accounts for different content pieces. Like that's my double XP only account. That's my main account. That's stable client. That's my hardcore. I will also say Jagex pays for the membership on one of my accounts. That's something they offer to about 300 RuneScape creators is they get one account Premier, but I pay the other 3. Which of the following best describes your account type on your main account? Normal account. Which of the following accounts have you ever played on the past? Boom, boom, boom. All 3. Bit of a gamer. How many characters do you actively play on? I'll say 2, because I play on my main and I play on Tall and Manly. In a typical week, how many hours do you spend playing RuneScape? Like just like during the day? Like during like not like just on business hours, right? Outside of business hours doesn't count, right? Why does it only go up to 40? I actually think these days I'm probably 31 to 40. Like if you look at my stream lengths, I'm doing like a 4-hour stream 7 days a week. That's 28 hours and I'm not playing much off stream. I think I'm actually only 31 to 40 right now. Which I know makes me a casual, but that's the honest truth of it. But like whenever there's a content release, like my Necromancy release, I played like on a 120-hour week. Like it just depends what's going on. Not playing off stream. Like I do a little bit of upkeep or a little bit of skilling, but not really, no. After the roadmap, it's going to go up. Oh, for sure. Do I currently use the Jagex launcher? Correct. How satisfied are you with RuneScape right now? Dude, putting this question right after the banger of a roadmap. You know what I will say? I am going to say somewhat satisfied. I don't want to put on the cope goggles that everything's going to be perfect. But I'll say somewhat satisfied. This is specifically from before the roadmap. Oh, okay. So then I'll say neither satisfied or dissatisfied. And by the way, when I put this, by the way, people are going to get mad at me because how could you possibly be mid about how terrible everything is going? I do want to mention, like, it's a little different for me because I'm privy to a little bit more. So, like, as an example, while everyone was questioning and saying, oh, are they actually changing their systems? Like, I actually got to see a little bit about the systems and the actions they were actually taking. So it was easier for me to be like, I understand what they're doing because I got to see more of it. So just as a heads up, like, if I hadn't been able to see what I had access to behind the scenes, easily I would be in the dissatisfied category. 1 is least likely, 10 is most likely. How likely would you be to recommend RuneScape to a friend? There should be an option for not applicable because I don't have any friends that don't play RuneScape that I would want to play RuneScape. I'll say a 6. I think if I was trying to get a friend into RuneScape, like, it's just a big game, man. It's a dummy thick game that is hard to get into. Here you go again. How much you disagree or agree with the following? I enjoy actively contributing to the RuneScape community. Bro, don't name... I was going to say strongly agree, and then they said Reddit. Strongly agree, but no. Actually, Reddit being mentioned, downgraded by 1. Potential updates and changes are communicated clearly. That, I think lately, yeah. There used to be this thing where the best way to find info about the game was to get a really, really low-res screenshot of a JMod in someone's Twitch chat saying something, and like I think that was really, really bad. But of late, I think it's been a lot better. I like the direction RuneScape is going on. I think it's going in a good direction based on the real-world parameters that the game is under. Yeah. Like, I think it'd be easy to say, no, they should remove all MTX, stop trying to make money, abolish capitalism, and then also hire 800 more devs so that we get a boss every 2 days. But, like, that isn't realistic. So, yeah, I think for where things are at, I think they're doing pretty well. Trust the RuneScape developers that are making updates to the game. Absolutely. I love the developers. I think they're great. I think they work really, really hard. I think the content that we get is only good because of how hard they work. I feel connected to the RuneScape community. I'll say strongly agree. I'm satisfied with the quality of content updates. That I'm going to put in the middle. I think there's been some good. I loved the last quest. I think there's been some questionable. Vorkath as an example where it just didn't come out polished because it was rushed. So, yeah, I think agree if I look at the last update and then disagree if I go 2 updates back. So we'll put it in the middle. I'm satisfied with the frequency of content updates. There I'm going to say disagree. Because of late, like, dude, this year it's been a dry year. I ain't gonna lie. This has been a dry year since after Necromancy. Now, I know why that happened. It's because of the hero pass and the acquisition and the change of management, all that stuff. Totally understand. But as a player, I shouldn't have to worry about that. I should be unhappy with the frequency of updates up to this year. I trust Jaggers for making updates to the game. Yeah, I'll say moderately. And then I enjoy reading, lurking in the RuneScape community, Reddit, Discord, RuneScape creator spaces. I mean, surely I have to say yes to that. All right, next page. How satisfied are you with the following elements of RuneScape? Okay, quality of player support. One of these two. Honestly, I don't want to let you guys influence me. I think somewhat satisfied. Whenever I've needed to like cancel memberships or anything, I'm not going through creator ways. I'm just doing it the way that they tell you to do it. Actually, dropping that because there is currently a bug where I wanted to cancel 3 memberships on 3 accounts I didn't need anymore. And when I canceled one, and then I went back to the homepage to cancel the other ones, it just bugged out. So I had to cancel it 3 different times on 3 different days. But yeah, other than that, like I think for a regular player trajectory, I think it's pretty fine. Although, you know what? I don't like the Twitter thing. The Twitter thing is bad. They just don't answer very well. So yeah, that's fair. Your streaming get better support. No, I'm telling you, I don't go through the streamer channels. Like, yeah, if I wanted to just ask a Jagex developer, like I could maybe, but I wouldn't because that wouldn't feel very good. Okay. Value for subscription. I mean, I'm playing 30 plus hours a week in RuneScape. So I'll say satisfied. I think I'm probably paying 10 cents an hour that I play. So yeah, I'm open to that. How satisfied are you with the active player community outside of the game? Oh, brutal, man. Brutal. Absolutely worse than player support. Not you guys. Just like the actual doomage. And this happens in every MMO, where sometimes the worst part about the MMO is the people that will not stop whining about it or complaining about every little thing. Or I saw before the roadmap, a bunch of people were inventing updates on the roadmap that would have made them angry, and then getting legitimately angry about the updates they made up in their head. And it's just, it's insane. It is absolutely insane. No, done. Like, I literally, for my own personal enjoyment of the game and mental health, I just stopped going on certain platforms, and it made my enjoyment of the game like tenfold. Cool. Frequency of content releases. They asked that before. I think I said dissatisfied, yeah. Because, yeah, it's been a slow year. Depth of gameplay progression. Put that in the middle. Availability of cooperative game modes. Do we have any cooperative game modes? No, I don't think we do. Cross-platform availability, I just don't really care. Like, yeah, I mean, it works on mobile, cool. Approachability for new players. No, they need way better new player experience. When you make a new account, instead of showing you 100 different settings, and it's literally 50 pages, by the way, RuneScape setting menu, 50 pages. They should ask you questions and then curate your settings to your answers to the questions. Most games do this, RuneScape does not. Reputation of developer. I will say, I'll put that in the middle. Ability to influence game development. Like my own personal ability to influence game development. Bro, if I could influence game development, Croesus Loop Table wouldn't exist. They would have literally loaded into a trebuchet and fired it off into the sun. I'll say in the middle. Quality of content. I'll say in the middle too, once again, because like the last question was good, Vorkath wasn't, put it in the middle. Variety of content, I think it's been decent. Like, I think one of the things that RuneScape kind of pitfalls with is they have 20 different types of players that enjoy one specific thing in the game. So whenever it's not their one thing, they get angry. Like, I'm not a big quest guy, but I'm not going to say it's bad that there wasn't a boss in the last 3 months, because I realize they have a lot of different players to cater to. Quality of storytelling. You know what? Last quest was great. Keep it. Active player community inside the game. Like, in the game itself? Yeah. Okay with that. And then quality graphics, I think they're doing well. So I'll say agree. What's wrong with the Croesus Loot Table? Not having any kind of stuff dropping in order or bad luck mitigation on a loot table that has 10 different drops on it just sets people up for insane dry streaks that make their souls bleed. All right, next page. Which single quality most captures what makes RuneScape compelling for you? Ooh, that's a big word. Right now, I'm going to say combat progression mastery. Trading, gathering resources, recurrent gameplay, farm runs. Well, we know what Editor Nathan put. Complex and difficult achievement system? Pause? I will say, I've kind of pivoted from playing for combat progression. Yeah, because I don't really actually do combat progression anymore. I haven't improved in PvMing in like 5 years, so maybe not that. A fantastically believable world, deep crafting system, cosmetic characters, quests, competition with others, player versus player, somewhere I feel safe, somewhere my opinion matters, boss fights. Let's say boss fights more than mastery. Please take a moment to view the recently released graphic showing the upcoming releases for RuneScape. Overall satisfaction, very satisfied. Please rate your interest in engaging with the following activities. Osis, middle. Relica environment update, middle. Damon on dig site, middle. Beach, somewhat uninterested, but my hardcore will be in the hole for sure. Pride event, yeah, I'll check it out. If I'm playing that day, I'll definitely do the Pride Parade if there is one. Absolutely. Sanctum of Rebirth, big. Tasks, I honestly don't really care too much. Also, what people don't need to get mad at me if you disagree with me. That's why you get to do the survey too. I shouldn't have to say that, but I'm just gonna give you my thoughts on why I'm putting what I'm putting and how I personally feel. Just please remember that. How dare you put middle for my baby? Wait, which one is your one? Wait, are you doing Pride or the dig site, Campbell? Uh-oh. Wait, which one were you working on? Just so that I can downgrade it. I actually want to get the budget cut for whatever mod Camel's working on. Oh, is that the Rex Matriarch? Sorry, Camel. You did Ossus, put it at the bottom. Unlucky. Actually, no, I actually need to retain favor with Mod Camel. For very super secret, unspecific reasons. But we actually need to make whatever you do, chat, appease Mod Camel in any way you can. It's gonna be big for us, I promise. Mining and smithing skilling update. Honestly, I was gonna say low, but the idea of crafting a weapon, kind of cool. I'm intrigued. And Daemonheim as well, kind of intrigued. Fourth Conjure, I literally could not care less about a fourth Conjure. I'll put it somewhat uninterested. New Scaling Boss, I'll say somewhat interested. New Slayer Monster, I don't really care. Group Iron Man mode, bang, all the way to the top. Halloween event, I'm not a big seasonal event guy. Like, I'm okay with it. Like, I'm not saying I'm against it. Fletching and woodcutting, sure, somewhat interested. New story quest, sure, somewhat interested, because the last one was good. Christmas Village, throw it in the middle. Perfect. Please describe why the planned group Iron Man update appeals to you. I am a content creator. I'm a content creator, and I am super excited to re-experience RuneScape with my... I don't know how to type. RuneScape with my friends and make amazing, fun, cool content with it. It's a fantastic medium for creation. Wait, did I? I fixed it. It's amazing, fun, and cool. They just responded to which of these would you prioritize as you're most excited to play RuneScape? One is most excited to play. Okay, so. Okay. So Group Iron Man, Sanctum of Rebirth. Dude, this is hard because I don't dislike any of these things. Like I genuinely don't dislike any of these. But give me, yeah, GAM 1, new boss 2, skilling boss 3, mining and smithing 4, woodcutting and fletching. It's kind of unfair, but they didn't really say anything about it, so I'm definitely not excited about it. And then story quest last. One thing I was thinking about is loyalty points needing to unlock all the auras again. Not looking forward to that. Yeah, I would love to see them overhaul auras. That would be cool. Okay. When playing RuneScape, please rate your current interest in playing and engaging in the following activities. Oh boy. Socializing with friends in game. Okay, I hate to say this. Whenever I'm in a skilling hub, it is the most unhinged, crazy insanity in the universe. Where it is genuinely terrifying. So I usually have my chats off. So I'll say meh. Player Road House. Wait, for the construction rework enjoyers? I could not care less. AFKing? I'll put in the middle. Improving the look of my character. I think that's important. But it's not important to me. Player Road Farming. I do a lot of it, but not because I'm interested in it, because I have to. Because you contractually obligated my Iron Man to be stuck in the player owned farm dimension for the next 70 years. Seasonal events? Yeah, when they're on, I'll check them out. Ports? No. Daily challenges? No, I don't care. Combat Slayer in the middle. Elite Dungeons? I'll put interested. Non-combat scaling? I'll put in the middle. Clan events and activities. Bro, I'm a clan leader. I ain't run a clan event in 5 years. I'm a terrible leader. Please do not join my clan. Join my clan only if you're very desperate to be in a clan. We have several. We have a couple nice people, and that's it. Difficult bosses all the way at the top. Clue scrolls. Is Stormy here? I think Stormy left. As long as Stormy left, I just don't want to get into like any kind of drama or beef. Stormy's gone, right? Okay, I think Stormy's gone. Oh god, he's here! Sorry, that's what I meant to do. Player versus player, don't care. Casual bosses, don't really care. Questing and lore, don't really care. And yeah, by the way, Clue Scrolls, I'm putting that all the way at the bottom. I wish I cared. Actually, I'll put it somewhat uninterested because I really do not want Stormy with the red dot sight. But no, like I actually do clues. Like I got a die the other day from an elite casket. It was pretty cool. Building wealth in game, merchanting and flipping. Bro, there should be another option to tick one like all the way far off of the chart. That's like actually actively engage in the destruction of that community. How did you get the casket? Don't ask that. Okay, I got the casket from the worm. The worm gave me a Barrows die, okay? That's the closest to a clue I'm ever gonna be. Which honestly, yeah, okay. That I should put that at the bottom. All right. Next page. How would the following proposed updates affect your feelings about playing RuneScape? Feelings? Wait, I didn't know I was allowed to have feelings. I was told that as a content creator, you have to not have feelings. So this is kind of going to be weird. All right, it's time to look within. Welcome, chat. Updating tutorial and early game experience. Oh, please. Jagex, I do not, that's actually bullshit. I asked for a lot. But I'm going to continue asking for even more. Updating this tutorial, super, super exciting. More combat challenges for elite PvM players. This is combat achievements. Please. Please, even if you don't want to do them. Do it so that Ralph comes back. Do it for Luca. I never asked for anything. Stormy? Never mind. Updating the power of existing weapons. Updating isn't rebalancing, right? That doesn't mean making them more powerful. It means balancing. Yeah, balance good. Reviewing game mechanics for existing combat PvP. Don't care at all. I've given up on PvP. It wouldn't make me less excited about playing. Dude, that's harsh. Saying if they change that, I would be less excited about playing is that's kind of like they're basically these two columns are asking you if you're a hater. Like genuinely. A new combat raid. Give it to me. Community events for Valentine's, Pride, Summer. Yeah, I would say neutral because we get them and I think they're good that they exist. Increasing the skill caps of current skills. Yeah, I'd be cool with that. A sequel quest continuing an existing storyline. I'd be cool with that. A month-long competitive event. Pause, champ? My PvP hater. I used to be a part of that community. There's a lot of history there. I used to love that community and be a part of it and be very close with it. And the way that people in that community have acted has directly influenced the killing of that community. So, yeah, I have no feelings about the PvP community. Like, once again, I didn't vote. If they update PvP, I'm going to be less excited. But I think sometimes you reap what you sow, and they did a lot of sowing. Updating the existing mechanics of existing monsters and bosses. Yeah, love that. New costume and character customization options. I care a little less, but yeah, that'd be cool. Especially character customization options. Like, I would like hair that didn't clip improperly. New ways to train existing skill. Sure. New elite dungeon. Sure. Updating the graphics of existing areas. Absolutely. Black Witch and Co. can cook forever. Please just bankroll them to do nothing but that for 7 years. It'd be good. Reviewing the balance and rewards of existing skill activities. Yes, please look at proteins in particular. Launch of a new skill. Sure. New modes for playing the game. A battle royale? Bro, imagine getting off the battle bus, parachuting down, you land on the Grand Exchange, you're rushing in the middle. You want the gold party hat? Oh yeah, give it to me. Actually give it to me. Get on the battle bus. And to earn revenue, you could put advertisements in the battle bus. First person mode, so you're looking around, and then the bus has actual ads like an IRL bus. So you'd be like on the RuneScape battle bus, like ready to pick a drop spot, and then you'd kind of look around and it'd be like, I don't know, drink bees. I like it, I like it, I like it. Okay. Creating a new feature in PvP areas. Like, I feel like it's hard to say I'd be less excited about playing if they did this. Like, that is some hater energy. Like, I have no desire to ever be part of the PvP community or PvP ever again. I still wouldn't say that them getting an update would be bad for me. That's crazy. New quest, sure, don't really care. New area, yeah, give it to me. More combat challenges for mid-level players, don't care. A new minigame to play. I don't think it would be successful, but yeah, we can try it. I'd play for a day. New boss encounter, give it to me. New combat activity, give it to me. Update to the existing rewards of an existing minigame. I don't really care. Assign training tasks that you can do with an in-game friend. Please! I would love this. This would be so cool. Imagine if, for teaching people combat, you could actually go through like a shared achievement system with them where you're actually able to teach them and they progress through the game. A lot of other games do it. Would be really great. Would love that. New facilities for players to create their own plugins for adapting the official game client. Please. I would love this. This would make me very happy. I will also say, and this is a proof that I have no power or influence, but I really want RuneScape to open up their API. Both for plugins and also I would like it if RuneScape could have an old school style Twitch plugin. Because then what you could do is you could stream with a really, really decluttered screen. And then people that want additional interfaces could actually put interfaces on your screen. That is what I want. So that my skills tab, gone. All of these things that are always on screen, get rid of all of them so you guys just see the raw game. And then you get to build whichever interfaces you want on screen. You can put them wherever you want them. That is what I want. So yeah, hugely into that. Improvements to menus, interfaces, game layout. Yes. New activities where players can fight each other. I actually have McDonald's parking lots for that, so I don't really need that. New Slayer monsters, don't really care. Halloween events, man, don't really care. Okay. I have to rank all of these? Oh god. Okay. Well, we can start by looking at Elite Dungeon, combat activity, early game experience. I might put as 1 because, like, genuinely, that is the reason I don't recommend RuneScape to people. Is like your first 45 minutes of experience in RuneScape is literally experiencing the worst menu from your nightmares. Updating power of existing weapons and armor. Yeah, I would like that actually a lot. New minigame, don't really care. New area would be cool. Updating mechanics of existing monsters, sure. Combat activity, sure. Training tasks, sure. I think they're okay in the middle. New area, fine. New ways to train existing skill, don't really care that much. Improvement to menus, yeah, give that to me. Absolutely. Put that up high, I think. Battle Royale, I'll move up. New minigame, don't really care that much. Facilities for players to create their own plugins would be really good, actually. I would like that a lot. Combat challenges for PvM players, sure, that can go up. Updating graphics, like that's not hugely big. Competitive event, sure, I'd put that over a new skill, I think. New skills are fun too, but you know. Minigame a little lower, sequel quest a little lower. New boss encounter needs to go up. Depends on the boss, obviously. A new combat raid, yeah, I'll put that with a new boss encounter because it's kind of the same thing. But actually a raid would be even cooler, I'd say. So then at the bottom of my list, I've got new ways to train an existing skill, increasing skill caps, new minigame, sequel quest, balance rewards of existing skilling, and then new costumes. Yeah, that seems about right. Let's do that. I love hearing about my friends immediately logging off after seeing the UI. No, it's a real thing. It's a real problem. Bang. Please rate your overall satisfaction with the following seasonal and special events. I feel like double XP a little dissatisfied because they're too common. Frank's Free Chest, I didn't like either, honestly. Christmas Village, I absolutely loved. I thought it was fantastic. Golden Cape Hunt, I did not like at all. I thought it was not good or fun. I thought it's a copy of the Gold Party Hat, but it's not a party hat, so people cared a lot less. Tales of Pride. Did I miss the Pride event? Wait, no way. Wait, I wouldn't have missed that. Hold up. Tales of Pride. What is this? Am I forgetting it? I don't think I played this. That's an L. All right, chat, make sure I play the Pride event next year. That's my L to hold. Beach, I didn't really play last year. Didn't even jump in the hole. Fresh Start Worlds, did not play. Also got in a lot of trouble. We don't, whatever you do, do not ask Ryan where he was on the day of the Fresh Start Worlds announcement, all right? One of two things to not ask about. Raptors Rampage, I thought was really good, actually. I thought it was really, really good. I thought it was a fun way to do a PVM promo that got people playing the game. Valentine's Day, I did not play. April Fool's bench sitting, I thought it was cool, sure. Blooming Burrow, I'll say somewhat satisfied as well. I thought it was nice. Birthday Buff Bonanza. This, I still swear this was just put into the game to try and look at possible buffs and debuffs for leagues. I'm gonna say somewhat dissatisfied. It was kind of, it also happened in the middle of the RuneScape Cup, and it kind of messed with it a bit. Do you get a reward for completing the survey? Bro, RuneScape players are that is the most RuneScape player thing to ask in history. You get the reward of contributing to the future of the game. And if you did not complete the survey and you're back in here in 3 months complaining that the game sucks and the updates suck, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look into the camera like I'm now. I'm going to say skill issue. Because if you don't take the time to fill out the survey, your opinion, gone. You missed your chance. The reward is a better game. Vorkath Lantern, dissatisfied. Pumpkin Pete, dissatisfied. Parcels from the Dead, dissatisfied. Fox smashing buffs in the middle. Keep it moving. Thinking about seasonal special events, how important are the following features? Have optional ways to help that progression through purchasable bundles. No. Combat activities. I don't really care if there's combat in a seasonal event. Daily and our weekly activities that are quick to complete, like the Golden Egg Hunt, posting daily letters to Santa. I thought those were nice. I actually liked that. Return of rewards from prior years, very important. Like that. We like that. Progression can be made just by playing the game. I don't really care. Recolorable rewards, I don't really care. Also, side note, recolorable rewards break on Rune apps. So if you go onto the Rune apps cache and you go like player and you type tall and manly, like my hardcore. This is a bit of an aside, but I'm wearing a recolorable outfit. So because of that, if I try to remove the outfit, do you want to see what happens? So yeah, maybe a cheeky fix to that would be pretty cool. Cosmetics, I think, are good. I think a cosmetic is a good reward from a seasonal event. Celebrations for smaller holidays. No, it depends. Like, I think there are some that are more important to celebrate than others, right? Like, I think the Pride event is a really important one because a lot of RuneScape players play RuneScape to feel safe and included, and I think it's a really good way to also out just like people that are really, really weird about all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it depends on what the event is. Being able to earn rare items, yeah, I think that's cool. I like that. They're cosmetics at the end of the day, and they disrupt merchers, so it's kind of like a double W. Lord Alfredo, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Is Modkeeper out? We don't really know. We just know that there's a new, yeah. Turning rewards quality of life. Turning objects into overrides. Meh. Permanently accessible after the event content. I don't necessarily care. No. Scaling activities, don't really care. I like the new quests. Sense of community, I like a lot. Gameplay buffs, don't really care. Unique dedicated area that can only be visited during the event, I like a lot. Done. Okay. Thinking about possible new or improved content, please rate the appeal of the following. Oh, man. Boss challenge mode. Test your skills with new challenge modes added to existing boss encounters. Man, what an interesting idea that has definitely never been said by me before. Definitely not something that I have ever brought. I would never bring something like that up. Not even once. Reset your skills, earn permanent new benefits and cosmetics for doing so, and continue leveling to do it again. Don't like that at all. Oh no. Someone with their Master Max cape with a little 2 next to it because they did it twice. Remaster iconic content. Look back to RuneScape past and remaster iconic content which you know and love. Bring it up to date in the game with the same look you feel and love. So this I'm going to put somewhat unappealing. I know people are going to get mad at me for that. I think sometimes when people say they miss old content, they actually miss the phase of their life they were in when they last played it. Like a lot of the time, looking back at childhood content, it's like, oh, this was so sick. Let's remaster it. And then they remaster it and you realize, oh, great, you're still an adult now. So I think a lot of the time people think they want this, but they don't actually want it. So that's why I'm putting that on somewhat unappealing. It's like, I don't think it's bad if they try to do some remasters. I think it's hard to do right because people don't actually miss the content. They miss the way they felt playing the content, which you can't recreate via the content. More player customization. It's your adventure, so we'd like to make sure that your character is as customizable as possible with new features to make it as close to what you want. Yeah, I think that's great. RuneScape leagues. Oh, give it to me. Just juice it up. I don't even have to read the rest. Give me some leagues. New area, I'll say somewhat appealing. I'm open to it. Player-owned housing update. I just don't think okay, I'm gonna be honest to the person in chat that kept saying player-owned housing update is really important. One, I'm glad you got to do your own survey. And two, I hate to say it, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but no update to your house is gonna make me want to come over to your house. And that's just the truth. All right, they could come out with the sickest thing in the universe. I still ain't coming over. Offline gameplay. Oh, like ports POF, where you send minions to do work for you. No, I don't like that at all. All right. Okay, of the possible new content responded to, which of these would you prioritize as the most appealing? I mean, surely it's Leagues 1. Challenge modes 2. New area is too vague, so I'm going to say more player customization 3. But these are the 4 things that I liked all 4 of them. What other new or improved content would you like to see in RuneScape? Name the content or provide a short description. Oh, God. Should I open up the design doc? I have, what do you think the word limit is? How long do we got? I got it. Okay. There are so many things here, but I think I've got a good one. You guys can tell me if I cooked. I would love to see a version of combat achievements in RuneScape where the beginner and intermediate tasks are used as a way to teach and tutorialize PVM techniques to less experienced players. These would have very gentle progression, tacking on one singular PVM I'm dyslexic. Singular PVM technique at a time. Example. Prayer flicking correctly at Raksha for 10 attacks. In the beginner tasks, and then combining those techniques in the intermediate. Okay, am I cooking? I think I'm cooking. And then experience tasks would serve as aspirational content with cosmetic rewards as a flex piece for having them completed. And I'll also mention these tasks would offer cosmetic rewards as well as QOL, like I don't know, auras rework or a item that automated your pre-fight buffs. Experience tasks would serve as aspirational content with cosmetic rewards as a flex piece for having them completed, and would be very challenging and not meant to be completed by everyone. Did I cook? I too think Raksha is a beginner boss. I mean, it isn't kill Raksha though. It's just prayer flick correctly. Allow it. Done. I don't know if I like logging QL behind achievements, but overall nice. Yeah, I don't either. I usually don't, but it needs to have a reward for people to do it. That's the thing. It needs to have a reward that a non-PVMer will do. And then what you're doing is you're basically sneakily making a new PVMer learn how to PVM without them actually realizing it. All right. Think about possible or improved support systems. Please rate the appeal of the following. Referral and mentoring program. Invite and help your friends be rewarded for extending membership to in-game rewards. I think it's cool. User interface revamp. Yes, please. Give me a new interface. I hate the old one. Grouping system update. Please, 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 please do this. No amount of grouping system will make me have friends, but at least I could tell someone that they could use the grouping system to find a group, because right now, you can't. New quest rewards. This is like Broken Home. Don't really care about this. Returning player training system. Yeah, give it to me. Loyalty store update. Yes, give it to me. More new player paths. I'm going to say no, because they should just get rid of the whole path system. It is not good, in my opinion. It does not do a good job of giving people a RuneScape experience. So I would say no to that. Clan update. Oh, man. I'm going to put it in the middle, because, like, I just don't think any amount of clan update is going to get people or clans super duper relevant again. But yeah, we can do it. Game client mods and plugins. Done. Give it to me. Put this on YouTube. Do especially my VODs. We have a VOD channel. This whole VOD will be on YouTube. And I'm sure not controversial at all. No one's going to get mad at me about it. Which, by the way, if anyone wants to check out the VOD channel and subscribe to it, that would be very appreciated, because we're trying to get to 1,000 so that I can monetize it. It's a brand new channel. Who would manage the plugins? I would personally. They would hire me full time to be the plugin manager. That's sort of the... I didn't say it there, but that's kind of what they meant. No, they're not going to be mad at me posting VODs. They're going to get mad at my answers, because people like to do that, which is okay. I don't mind. Of the possible new content you responded to, which of these would prioritize the most as most appealing and make you most excited? Okay. I'm going to say plugins 1. UI revamp 2. These 4 I don't care that much about. Like, I think they're all good, but I don't really like... None of them excite me. Loyalty store doesn't excite me because I have infinite loyalty points. I have over 1 million. Give me a grouping system update, and then referral program, and then returning players. Done. Dialed in. Low key, I think you're cooking. What other new or improved support systems would you like to see in RuneScape? I feel like they covered a lot of them. Oh, Twitch plugin. Does that count as a support system? If the in-game interface does, nah, probably doesn't. Where can I find this image of Raziel? I am so sorry. I made it myself. So I actually, I made it in Blender. So, and Photoshop. So this exact image I don't believe exists. But if you DM me on Discord, I can try to send it to you. Yeah, I've been trying to learn how to make better graphics and things. They already have Twitch streaming support in the client. Yeah, I mean, when that was in the game, it wasn't very good, but it did exist. Okay, chat, any support systems we don't have that would be good? Interface sharing would be an easy one. Sharing would be cool to have. Yeah. I don't know. Would also love a replay feature to watch back funny moments or relive deaths in order to learn. See, I'm putting that in, but I know that's not actually reasonable for them to make, but yeah, whatever. I'll keep it. Okay. Regarding double XP events, how satisfied are you with the following elements? Number of double XP hours given, that's fine. Options for selling and exchanging DXP tokens, don't really care, a little lower. Frequency events per year, they're way. See, do you think they're gonna see this and go, oh, he wants them to be more frequent? No, surely not. I'm just disagreeing with the... Yeah, I'll just keep it there. Duration of the event is active, don't really care. DXP token score, sure, no, I don't know, don't really care. Cool. How often do you play RuneScape while doing something else at the same time? Oh, I'll say sometimes. What about streaming? Well, working. In the heavy quotation marks. How often do you want to be playing RuneScape while doing something else at the same time? Sometimes. I'll say usually and then sometimes. A scale from 1 to 10, where 1 is low and 10 is high. How much enjoyment and value do you get out of playing RuneScape while doing something else at the same time? Honestly, if I didn't have an iron to upkeep, I don't think I would do it very much. Okay, thinking about updates to existing skills, please rate the appeal of the following. An activity is rebalanced to make training more lucrative in terms of gold and materials. Middle. More variety and surprise when training. Somewhat appealing. Increase the level cap. I'm okay with that. They need to be careful with the balancing, though. I think, as an example, if they did 120 combats, XP rates don't really get higher post 99. So that would actually kind of be really bad, because then people would have to AFK train for like 80 something hours to get a 120 in a single combat skill, and that feels a little unreasonable, but in general, I'm open to it. An activity is rebalanced so that you train slowly, requiring no further interaction once you started the activity. Full AFK. I hate that, dude. They need less AFK stuff, not more AFK stuff. People, like, there should be ways to train AFK, but they should be way slow. Activities rebalanced so that you train intensely, rewarding engagement with more XP. Give it to me. A new training method gives you something more interesting to do compared to existing methods. Sure. Activity is rebalanced so that you train slowly, requiring you to interact with the game only every couple minutes. Light AFK. I'm fine with light AFK. I'm like very good with light AFK. This 15-minute AFK stuff, I hate. Wait, holy crap, the Insomnia event is in question. Wait, what do you mean, Taz? Activities rebalanced to make training give faster XP. I don't think we need to go faster. Insomnia might be canceled. Okay, source? Links? Give me a second. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we're postponing the sale of RuneFest tickets tomorrow. We understand this disappointing. We'd like to apologize. Update you as soon as we've got more information. Oh, shit! Nah. Staff at Player One events have been made redundant. All staff have been let go? What? What do you mean made? See, made redundant makes it seem like Insomnia is going to be fine, but how would you do an Insomnia without staff? Redundant is so weird because what, are robots going to let us in? Oh, man. Man, okay, first off, I am so sorry to everyone whose job was impacted by this. That is just horrible. I'm not going to be like, oh, what about my RuneScape? Like, this is, what the hell? Freelance staff and contractors from the last Insomnia have not been paid. What? Not clear what the future holds for Insomnia. Public announcement is expected later this week. RuneFest 2094 are scheduled to take place in Birmingham this September alongside I-73. Previously announced I-73 take place in Birmingham at NEC. Okay. Given today's news, not clear what will happen regarding Insomnia at these additional events. The message sent to volunteers in Insomnia doesn't bode well. Hello, volunteers and everyone. Hope you're doing well. Given an emerging day, I dropped a message to you all. Past 7 years, been such a good journey. Today's a sad day. You've all been the driving force. Insomnia will have a place in my heart. You've all helped shape me into a better person, had a clear impact on my life, especially as someone who isn't a massive gamer. Oh boy. Yeah, developing situation like wow. I haven't done the survey yet. No, I'm still in the middle of it, but I hope this doesn't have an impact on RuneFest. Like I would imagine that it would, but oh my god. Yeah, so we'll have to see about that. I mean, my inclination is like RuneFest was separate from Insomnia, but it was shared, right? Like it was part of an Insomnia ticket, but it was its own separate area and its own separate so maybe Insomnia is okay and RuneFest is okay, maybe just RuneFest is okay. I know it would be devastating if RuneFest doesn't happen this year. Like that would be absolutely devastating because people have bought travel there. People have yeah, oh my goodness. They're going to have to scramble. I hope they can make it work though. I really do. That is crazy. Well, thank you for the note on that. Wowee. Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry, back to the survey. They'll have to make it work. Yeah, I would imagine they're going to find a way to make it work. Cool. Okay. Select your top 5 favorite RuneScape skills. Divvy because the cape is nice. Dude, is it weird? I have trouble picking a favorite skill. Like, a lot of the time, I don't care that much. Divination, magic, ranged, thieving, and... Give me a Herblore. That was my first 200 mil. Please describe why these are your favorite skills. Divvy, amazing cape. Thieving, I am a kleptomaniac who likes to steal IRL. Ranged, ranging is cool and powerful. Oh, sorry, did I say that? Did I say that aloud? I meant I like the fantasy aspect of stealing in a video game. My bad. Sorry. That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say. Oops. And then I said Herblore and I said magic. Magic. Speaking of magic, Omid's here. Hi, Omid. How are you? How was your stream? Are you stoked? Are you hyped? Are you amped? We're doing the whole survey because Mod Doom said that if I didn't, he was going to point at me again. And I don't want that. Magic. Okay. So magic has always been fun. And then Herbor, first 200 mil skill. I'll just do that. That's good enough. Done. Next. Thinking specifically about RuneScape 3 skills, please specify your least 5 favorite skills. Ooh. Okay. Agility, because I have to play the game. Archaeology, because I've got to play the game. Cooking, because I've got to... No, I'm kidding. Okay. Give me... Old Dungeoneering was great. New Dungeoneering sucks. It's just not balanced to be hard, so it just ends up being very remedial, which I do not like. Give me Agility. Give me Dumbaneering. Give me... Hunter, because it's literally just proteins, and I think that's really stupid. Give me... Woodcutting, and give me... Big Hunter is amazing. Yeah, but people don't train it, though. Like, it's a great activity, but it's balanced so poorly that it's never worth doing. Honestly, runecrafting too, because it's also just a protein skill. Why are these favorite skills? RC, Hunter are made obsolete by proteins. Shout out Mini Elliot. Woodcutting is monotonous. It's a big ass word. All right, not bad, not bad, not bad. Nearing is not balanced to feel fun. It's been way too easy since EOC. And it feels meaningless. And then agility. After that tweet about cargility, my EHP has dropped significantly. Wait, never mind. Silverhawks have made the skill obsolete. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was a drama from like 5 years ago. I cannot believe I referenced it, but there were old school players that were actively justifying training agility on mobile, which they called car agility, while driving a car. And they saw nothing wrong with it. They were like, as long as the roads are kind of empty. Yeah, that was cargility. That was a crazy week. That's where you got to find out who was slightly hinged and who was really, really unhinged. No, I'm not kidding. This is a real debate. And people were posting pictures of empty roads and saying, I cannot believe people have a problem with this. It's like, you're driving a car? No invention is wild. Well, the best way to train invention is to not train it. It trains itself to 200 mil. Easy peasy. 5 skills you'd like to see most improved. Okay. This is a tough one, man. Dumbaneering for sure. Agility, dumbaneering. Honestly, fletching, I think, is a good one. I know they picked fletching, but I think it's a good one. Invention, because perking is stupid. And then... It's hard to come out with side grades when the perking system is terrible. And then let's do... Wood chop? Construction? We just had... What do you mean? We just had a year of construction updates. Instead of taping down your spacebar with a stack of quarters and then clicking really fast, now you just click and then wait and then click. Agility feels meaningless to train with Silverhawks. Woodcutting just could use an active evil tree-esque method. That'd be fun. Invention, the perking system is needlessly confusing for newer players. And then I said dungeoneering fletching. Yeah? DG. Needs a rebalance since EOC. Hi, pup. Bosses die in 4.8 seconds. at most 7 seconds with pup on the team. And then I said fletching. Fletching, at level 99, you make tier 60 darts. Could use some changes. What? Also, dine arrows are only feasible from an economy standpoint because they are botted aggressively. Upkeep is not great for irons. This is true, by the way. I was sent definitive proof of this. All right. Hi, Pup. How was your stream? Dude, it's not strays. It's not a stray if he deserves it. It's just a comment. What, he thought raiding me was I was gonna hold back? Nah. Serious Gate had a good time. Awesome. Thoughts on the roadmap? Thoughts on the Toad map? Of the skills you'd like to see improved most, please rank the skills descending order of importance, where 1 is a skill you'd most like to see improved. Okay, give me invention, give me fletching, give me a dumpineering, give me agility, give me woodcutting. Bang. Huge W, excited for the dungeon. Skilling boss could be sick. Obviously, really excited for JM. All right, I was going to invite Pup to the JM, but do you guys think just for fun I should make him apply? And we could make a stream where we're taking GIM applications. How many diners use an hour? Like 3,000. Cool. Things specifically about RuneScape 3 skills. Please select 5 skills you'd most like to see. The skill level increased. Oh. $120 cooking, I think, would be cool because there's a lot of stuff they could do with food that doesn't exist. I just pick all the ones that I'm already 120 in. 120 fishing and cooking. I mean, they kind of go together. I'll do woodcutting, fletching. I'm fine with that. And then give me prayer on the board. It's time to completely finish the job. Killing Angel of Death. AOD just took a fat L today with praisals becoming obsolete. And I want them to, they've taken the sword and they've stabbed the bird. And I want them to pull it out and stab again. Higher tier prayers. Why would you like to see these skills increased? There is tons of headroom for newer logs and higher tier outputs. Prayer. The bird can die. And then I said fishing and cooking. Fishing and cooking. Sponges, cooking, game jam was really cool. This would add a lot of headroom. Prayer. We have been on tier 99 for how many years? 7 years. Done. Ryan loves Glacier. Ryan, let's compare boss tier lists. What, you want to know where you went wrong? I can do that. Hi, Griffin. Thank you for the 77 years. I appreciate it. What skills you'd like to see have skill level increase? Please rank the skills in descending order or one's the most interesting. I feel like the output ones are always more interesting. Like fletching and cooking are more interesting, but you can't do them without fishing. So yeah, we'll do that and then that. Cool. 77 years. Yeah. What? Correct. What new skill would you like to see in RuneScape 3? Sailing, but we already have sailing. It's literally, not only is it already in the game, not only does it already exist, but in addition to that, not only does it exist in the Gower quest, but we have ports, and also I know we took a lead from old school. That does not mean we need to copy old school. I want astrology for all the astrology girlies and guys in the chat. No. RuneScape has a really interesting solar system and planetary. What I'm really learning from this survey is I do not know how to type. When he should have stayed in school. RuneScape has a really interesting solar system and planetary layout. Would love to learn more about it. I could see Mod Ryan really cooking on astrology. Wait, that's astronomy. I'm cooked. I'm actually cooked. Wrong one. I'm actually cooked. I'm an Aries. Sorry for the typo. That was very Virgo of me. Hit next. Never speak of it again. Typical Pisces, for real. Yeah, happens. Man's on drugs. Hello? I've been sitting here for 4 hours. When you play RuneScape 3, how often do you engage in player versus monster? I'm going to say almost exclusively. What boss have you defeated? Ho! I've been waiting for this one. Ready? Bang, 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 bang. I really am the World Guardian, for real. Holy moly. Croesus almost defeated me, though. Oh my goodness. 1,000 kills in, still missing 3 drops on my log. Oh god. Most enjoyable with regard to boss mechanics. Virago, right at the top. Yakamaru goes up there too. Telos goes way to the top too. Holy crap. Wait, this is what we need. Solak is up there too. Ambi would be ahead of Seri. No, I like Seri a lot too, actually. Seri would be ahead of AOD. Seri ahead of Solak. Seri ahead of, yeah. I think Seri is a really interesting boss. Telos, Rago, Seri. Like, none of these bosses have any mechanics now because you just skip them all at the end game. But like, when you're actually looking at the mechanics, like what the way they were intended to be fought. AOD cool. AOD's mechanics are cool. They just get skipped all the time. BSD right to the bottom. Raksha doesn't really have mechanics. Karapak are cool, but the way that it works is not cool. Vorkath low. Raziel low. Zami definitely goes up. Zuck himself doesn't really do mechanics, so that's gonna be pretty low, I think. Croesus low. Dude, these are all like my F tier ones. Like, they're the ones that I really don't like. Glazor's mechanics I actually think are pretty fine. Raksha, Beastmaster. I think I like this. Virago and Telos as like my S tier, and then Seryu, Yaka, Solak, Zami as like my A tier. Archglacier, AOD, Beastmaster, Ambi is my B tier. Raksha, Araxorger as my C tier, and then everything under that is my D tier. Yeah, I think that works. I think that's pretty good. What do I like about Seryu? I think it's really cool where the way that it was initially designed where the boss fight is infinite until you can clear out the crystals. And it allowed for a lot of really interesting gameplay because you had to kind of make a decision or a gamble on if you had the damage to kill the crystal or if you need to go down and take out the blobs. And I thought it was really cool the way with which it favored someone who could do good damage output for the crystal portion, because dealing good damage actually makes the boss fight have fewer life points. I think it's just really, really like, it's very unique from that standpoint. That's why I really like it. I also like that the boss does almost nothing, but the environmental attacks are really, really, really punishing as well. So the worse you are, the more likely it is that you're going to die to a mistake. It's a really, it's one of the only bosses in the game that is basically an infinite mechanics test. Yeah, that's why. Time warp is really cool. Yeah, so I love time warp. The thing that I don't like is that on phase 1, you get a step under and then a slam and then a lightning wall, right? And then phase 2, you get the same mechanics. Just one extra lightning wall. And then phase 3, guess what? It's the same mechanics. It's very repetitive. So last phase of Carapac is the only reason it's not in like D tier. Like time warp is cool, which is also not a boss mechanic, by the way. So that's not what we're looking at. But I just don't like the flow of the fight with Carapac at all from a mechanic standpoint. What it should have been, in my opinion, is if you get a step under on phase 1, it starts phase 2 with the next mechanic. And that way you actually see all of the mechanics. Cool. Next page. How is time warp not a boss mechanic? It's a game mechanic. I don't think it's a boss mechanic, though. A boss mechanic is something the boss does. But yeah, anyway. Either way, if you disagree with me, guess what? You can do your own survey. Okay. We'd like to understand how you feel about PvM, combat, and RuneScape. How do you disagree with the following statements? I should be guaranteed to receive rare loot rewards after a certain number of kills. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Okay. We're into this. We're into this. Meh. All encounters should be possible for a sufficiently talented solo player rather than requiring a group. Totally disagree with that. RuneScape is an MMO, and they are going to be so limited on the ability to make hard mechanics if everything has to be done in a solo. So, strongly disagree with that. I think it's good that most things are soloable, but I don't think everything needs to be soloable. Some of the best bosses in the game only came out because they were designed for group only. Like Beastmaster and Yakamaru, awesome mechanical bosses. Hard mode Virago wouldn't exist. Regular Virago wouldn't exist. Existing equipment should be rebalanced to promote a more diverse equipment landscape, even if it affects current item prices and player power. I actually really agree with this. I would love them to take a look and rebalance everything because of power creep. And I want them to bring up the floor and lower the ceiling a little bit. Do a little bit of a squeeze. Existing equipment should be rebalanced. Yep, did that one. Personal talent should be needed in addition to suitable combat stats and equipment to win some fights. Yeah, of course. I think you should, it shouldn't, just having the gear should not let you kill the hardest bosses in the game. You should also have to learn how the bosses work. Mood should be rebalanced to avoid giving items that are otherwise obtained from skills. I don't really care about that. RC needs more interesting combat mechanics in low-level combat to make training more interesting. I don't really care so much about that. Recent March combat updates have been improved. So the problem with just adding extra mechanics if you fight a boss in a group is that RuneScape players like the easy path. And if you tell them that soloing is both easier and doesn't require having friends, what you've effectively done is you've made a solo boss. No one is going to choose to group the thing if it's both faster and easier to solo it. But yeah, that'd be my take on that anyway. Our recent March combat updates have improved combat. Yeah, hell yeah. Distinct roles should be important in group fights. Absolutely. Roles should have way more meaning than they do. Yeah, duo racks is really funny. Yeah, that is a thing that nobody does, but that's also the loot system as well is really punishing for it. But yeah, like they've specifically gone out of their way to make bosses that can solo and group, but they make solo way harder on purpose because they know that if solo is the easiest, like they have the internal stats that prove that almost no one will group it unless it is better to group it than solo. So that's why Zammy, a bunch of things don't scale. That was intentional. So that no matter how many people you are, the witch HP doesn't change and the demon HP doesn't change. And it's the same with Vorkath, where if you solo, you just take double the damage because you're soloing. Which I don't think is a bad way to go about it. But yeah, it is factual that if it is both easier and doesn't require people to do solo, way fewer people will do group. So if the content is intended to be done in a group primarily, it's better to make solo a little harder. Okay. I would enjoy watching RuneScape PvP content on live streams and videos. You know what? Let's do it. I enjoy playing PvP content at MMOs. Disagree. I'd like to see PvP updates in RuneScape. Strongly disagree. Done. How'd you get your interest in new updates? Updated team-based PvP combat or content in RuneScape, like minigames such as stealing creation? Meh. Do we get commentators? You get me. I'm the only option you have, unfortunately. Who is your favorite NPC in Zanuck? The Zanuck. Zanuck, all 8 versions. I am a huge fan. I liked the part where I stabbed her with my honorable Kizaj in the quest. No, I don't know. Who is my favorite NPC? You know what? Shout out Pride Slayer, man. Give me Zautok. Mentioned. Not the RS guy remembering quest details. Vorkath, but the mean one from the quest, not the nice one from the boss fight. Zhao Tax, correct. The Zhao Tax is that anytime they work in the storyline, you have to hear Pride Slayer talking about it forever. I don't even know if I have a favorite character in RuneScape. I kind of don't. Like, I firmly believe that I could fix Saren, but like, she's not my favorite character. I'm just like, all right, moving on. How would you describe overall enjoyment of Quest in RuneScape? I'm neutral. The Gatekeeper and the Doomsayer. Don't you mean the RuneScape 3 subreddit? The baddie zombie from the Necromancy poster. The baddie zombie didn't make it into the game. That's the only problem. Okay, just because I can't say that without at very least referencing it. This is the baddie zombie from Necromancy. That's the baddie zombie. But she didn't make it into the game. If she'd made it into the game, that'd be my answer, though, for sure. Without question. Dude, imagine the 4th Conjure is just the baddie. Wait. And yeah, Hinge, I completely agree that there are a lot of people that cannot or do not want to engage in group content for any reason. I totally understand that. I just think when you're talking about the entire game, I think for those individuals to have access to 90% of the game as a solo player, to me, because this is an MMO, I personally feel like that is probably a good balancing point. I just don't think it's a good precedent to set that everything has to be soloable, because some things just don't work well as a soloable piece of content. But I would also say you are extremely valid in feeling that way. Okay. When new quest is, how important is it for you to complete it as soon as it's released? Yeah, pretty important. During quests, how often do you read the dialogue? Okay, the question for chat is, in the last quest, I read the whole dialogue twice. But in every quest before that, I taped down my spacebar with a stack of quarters, and then when people asked me a lore question, I would say, you'd have to ask my spacebar. So the question is, do those things balance each other out? Because I did read one. Yeah. When it comes to new quests, how appealing would you find the following? Quests that continue existing storylines? Sure. Quests that start new storylines? Sure. Standalone quests? Sure. Quests that finish old storylines? Sure. Okay, but I can't circle D on the whole Scantron, so we'll go somewhat appealing. Just I'll show you group 100%. There's also content like AOD, Crosis that I don't do purely because you need a group for them, and I would do them solo if I could. Yeah, no, I get it. What parts of RuneScape lore would you like to see expanded upon? Okay, can I say, this is like the worst possible. I'm about to get outed here as a person with a quest cape who, like, Mistalin? Is that the Mistalin man? Isn't that the guy that sells tires? That's the guy that sells tires, right? Okay, what would I like to see explored upon? Oh boy. You know what? Give me the monkey and give me the gnomes. If you type Elemental Workshop, you're actually a psychopath. That's insane. That is an insane thing to click on. Wait. Acheron? That's the Canada place, right? Yeah, that's the Canada place. RuneScape Acheron. Yeah, it's the place that looks like Canada. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we could do a Canada quest. I'm open to it. Shadow Realm, Gillinor in the future, don't care. Previous reason, the Void. I like the Void quest, actually. Daemonheim, give me the Infernus. And where are the gnomes at? Did I miss the gnomes? Pirates are... Am I losing my mind? I might be losing my mind. They're not even on the list? But they are on the list? They didn't even make the list. That's not good. Gnomes are Eastern Lands? No, Eastern Lands, that's the Ark. Terragard is the elf place, I think. All right, moving on. When it comes to new quest, would you like to see more or less the following elements? Interesting puzzles. Give it to me. Longer quests. Give it to me. Good rewards. Give it to me. Dark and serious tones. Give it to me. Fun and quirky tones. Don't really care. Revisiting existing areas. Don't really care. In-depth characters. Give it to me. New areas. Give it to me. Deep and immersive plots. Give it to me. And challenging combat. Honestly, call this character development. I don't think quests should have challenging combat in them. I think it's okay that they have a bit of combat in them, but as a combat person, I get it. That telling someone that just does quests and likes the story that they have to kill 8,000% Enraged Zamorak to get the quest cape back is kind of stupid. How many quests do you like to see added to the game per year? Pride Slayer isn't in chat, right? No. I think like 2 every 6 months, maybe. Maybe I'll say 3 every 4 months. Yeah, because then you get like a quirky one, and then you get 2 that progress the storyline. If RuneScape had more quest updates each year, but consistently fewer of other kinds of content updates, how would you feel? I would be a lot less excited about playing. I like quests, but not like, yeah, no. That's not my bread and butter. Would you like to see these elements introduced into RuneScape 3? Advanced magical technology such as armies of golems climbing stairs made of pure energy. Wait, what? Wait, sorry. You're telling me we're going to make technologically advanced golems to climb stair. That feels very specific. All right, which mod wants a stair solution? Steampunk technology such as dwarves with Gatling guns? Boarding a goblin zeppelin? Keep it medieval. We already have guns and stuff. I don't know. I just think it'd be kind of cool that someone on the team at Virago, their role is to set up the 50 cal. They take the whole first cycle of P5, getting it set up on the ground and positioning it, and then it's just boom. Can you imagine? Imagine how Virago would feel. Getting into P5 and it's like, all right, it's time for the final test. And then you pull out a Gatling gun? Oh yeah, let's have some fun, man. Renaissance technology, dwarves with muskets boarding a goblin galleon. Okay, here's my take on this. I get the idea of keeping it medieval, but if you're telling me that we could have a goblin zeppelin and Gatling guns, are you really telling me that muskets are more interesting? I just don't. Deeper medieval fantasy such as richer stories of elves, dragons, knights of the realm. I'm good with that. I'm totally good with that. Eldritch Lovecraftian horror such as entities beyond imagination that cover the land and inconceivable corruption. Isn't that Zautok? Isn't Zautok and like the shadowy stuff that is enveloping the world? Isn't that how that? I think that already exists. Okay, I don't know that I care about golems made of pure energy climbing stairs. I'm gonna be honest. All right. How strongly do you disagree or agree with the following statements about combat and quests? Combat quest challenges are too hard. Disagree. Personal talent should not be needed in additional, should be needed to beat a quest combat encounters. No, I disagree with that. See, this is where I think every quest combat should be like pretty not so. Like, I don't think it's too hard, but I think if you have a best in slot setup, you should not need to worry too much about the technique. You should always be able to skip combat encounter in a quest. No, I disagree. I just think the combat should be made for questers, not for combaters. Quests that give combat XP among the rewards should have an option to reject the XP. Yeah, sure, why not? A hard combat encounter makes quests feel more exciting. I agree with that, but I also think they just need to do it in such a way that it feels hard for the quest people. It should not, no quest combat should feel hard for me. If it does, it's probably too hard. Am I currently a member of RuneScape clan? Clan Tall, of course I am. What type of RuneScape clan am I in? I'm going to say general, non-specific. The kind with a really, really terrible owner that does not run events and keeps locking us out of the Citadel. That kind. How active are you in your clan? Is it mostly hardcores? No, it's everybody. Everybody's welcome. It's actually a full clan. Like, we have 470 members. Like, it's an actual clan. It just, I have not been the most dedicated clan leader, you know? Let's go 1 to 10 where 1 is low and 10 is high. How much enjoyment and value do you get out of being a RuneScape clan? Okay, if you are in the clan, I need you to just come back in 5 minutes, okay? You know what? I actually like being in a clan because I like getting to play RuneScape and see you guys getting drops in the community. That is the only thing that I like about it, is that I get to see your guys' drops in broadcasts. So I actually do enjoy that. I enjoy being able to blame people for getting PVM drops 2 hours after they said good night in the CC. I mean, I like being able to see Clannies and community members getting drops, so I can hit them with the GZ. Thank you so much, Macau CSV, for the Macau SV. I can read for the 11 months. I appreciate it. If you could make a change to RuneScape plans, what change would you make and why? Make the Citadel XP boost entirely an individual choice and unlock, so that if leadership is bad, Clannies do not suffer. This is me, by the way. I'm referring to myself. Also, being able to right-click. This is kind of unrelated, but I'd love to be able to right-click on a broadcast to congratulate someone instead of having to scroll through my abundant friends list with lots of totally real people on it that I definitely talk to often. All right. How much is your enjoyment harmed by the following issues? Players cheating, a lot, because it pisses me off. Bots pisses me off. I would go to war with them. Players spamming the chat, no. I mean, to me, the chat is so unhinged, but the meta is just to turn it off or just to like ignore a bunch of people. Bad connections, nah, pretty good. Game software faults, I mean, my last hardcore died to a game issue, so I'll say a little. Yeah. Personally, for me, I would like, and I had a chat with V about this actually, because she knows a lot more about this than I do, but I think RuneScape with anti-cheat would go pretty hard. Like hardware-based anti-cheat. Because there are so many like ways now to get around the game's anti-cheat in a way that is bad. Have you encountered any accessibility barriers or challenges while playing RuneScape? I love that they included I don't know what you mean instead of just explaining it better. I'm trying to think. Have I encountered accessibility issues or barriers or challenges? I mean, I did literally develop an RSI injury from playing RuneScape to the point that I couldn't play for more than a couple hours without intense pain in both of my hands. Would that be an accessibility barrier? I guess it would be, right? Yeah, I think it would be. Reading text, color blindness, motor impairment. I guess motor impairment, yeah. Yeah, it'd be a motor impairment. That counts, yeah. A skill issue? Okay, bro. Do you know how bad the physio was from that injury too? For weeks and weeks and weeks, I had to go in and have them stab needles into my finger tendons. And then I went in and got a steroid injection, but the doctor doing the injection missed, and she rammed the needle into my bone. And then she went, oops. What do you mean, oops? Now, we went through a lot. And the craziest part about that story is, as I found out once I walked into the room for it, I was like, I thought I recognized the doctor. It was my dad's ex. So yeah, anyway, just a crazy day that was. Hi V, I was talking about you. Oh, we were just talking about anti-cheat stuff a little bit. Do you mean your mom? No, I don't. Do I live in a TV drama? I felt like it at that point. Someone with some pretty severe motor issues. That question makes me feel so seen. I almost teared up a bit because I wasn't sure they even cared about that sort of thing. I mean, they just added the colorblind mode to the high contrast, so they clearly do care. Makes sense. Canada has like 3 people. Okay. Okay. And yeah, V, so I don't know what I'm doing for Group Iron Man. I've already received like so many messages from people being like, hey, can I be on your JM or what are you doing for it? I don't know what I'm doing yet. I might be working full time at that point. I don't know what the plan is. But I can absolutely like, yeah, when I know what I'm doing, I will make sure that people know what I'm doing. Good morning, Ryan. I love you. Whoa, that feels a bit forward. But no, I stabbed the son to punish the dad. Perfect. All right, let's go. Thanks for taking the time to complete the survey. Oh, I'm done. Any feedback about the survey? I think it was too short. No, I mean, for real, like, I know I've been putting a lot of memes in the responses and then canceling them out, but thank you for taking the time to collect player feedback. I did this survey because Mod Doom asked us to, and also slightly out of fear that he was going to point at me again. This is a really good survey. Possibly, oh yeah, I'll say that too, actually. Only feedback. Possibly elaborate on the definition of accessibility in the final question. All right. And you're done. On behalf of the whole RuneScape team, we want to say massive thank you for taking the time to fill the survey. Have a wonderful day, Scaper. I think this is Mod... I'm starting to, like, get to know the CM people a little bit. This was a Mod Doom. I think. I'm starting to be able to tell. Guessing most people that have accessibility issues understood the meaning of it. I actually disagree with that in the sense that, like, I had a genuine severe physical disability that lasted many months, and I was not sure if the question was talking about me. So I wouldn't totally agree with that. Have you shared any of the details about how your presentation at JegX went? I was just really excited that they wanted to know what I had to say. I think it went over pretty well. What I heard back from some devs is that it went really well. Game Jam isn't to next week, but next week I will be working with JegX on Game Jam. Or for Game Jam. So it'll be my first like project like that where I will be on for that entire week as a consultant to help them with their projects. So yeah. I kind of said other and then brain damage, short-term memory loss. That's actually a survey. Not sure what to do with that, if anything. Yeah, I think it's good for them to know though. Want to know something funny? Potentially. But yeah, I think it went really well. Mod or S guy? No, not a JMod. I'm a consultant or an independent contractor, but you know, maybe one day. But if I become a mod, I want to take mod Ryan's spot. That's what I want to do, and I want to see how long it would take before anybody notices. Well, knowing that I don't know how to code at all or program. Actually, what is your JMod name? I don't have a JMod name because he's not a JMod. Okay. Holy moly. What a survey. What a day. What an absolute day. Mod Lee also hired. So Mod Lee is doing... He's been brought on technically, like, technically he's kept the name Mod Lee because he was Mod Lee in the past, but it's a creator commission that they're commissioning him every week, and I'm super excited about it. But yeah, they just thought it would be confusing if he came back and was like, "Hi everyone, I'm Regicidal," or whatever. But yeah, that is why it's why they went with Mod Lee. Search the Zone of Death on Google. Why? What? Oh, in Yellowstone? I've been there. I've quite literally been there. Love that place. Good vacation spot. That's a sick wallpaper. Thank you. Mod Marcos message at the start of Steam gave me so much more hope. Yeah, me too. I almost think that was bigger than the roadmap itself. Was just the overall message of we are so back. We are immensely, we have never been so back before. This is the most back we have ever been. Yeah, that was the biggest thing to me, the Mod Marcos thing. That just very exciting to have. And that's not to say, like, here's the thing, right? I don't mean this in any way to disparage previous people that have been in that same position, because that's not what this is about at all. But I think the idea that they're coming from old school, I think is really, really good, because I think a lot of RuneScape 3 players have been looking at the way old school's been run and going, holy crap, why can't we have that? And now it looks like we might be able to have that. Like, to me, this could be a golden age, potentially. That's the biggest thing. It's not to say that the other people weren't good. It's to say that we immediately can feel a lot better about this decision for a lot of people. It's big. It's just big. Do me a thing with Prime Sub. I appreciate it. I'm hoping the roadmap left out accessibility changes will still happen. Yeah, I think, okay, so I think there's still going to be patch weeks and stuff. Yeah, I don't think they're doing no patch weeks or anything. I just think that doesn't belong on a roadmap. Old school and RC need to feed off each other more. I completely agree. And I think it's a really good, I think it's a good starting point for that. I think both teams do so much different and well that, yeah, it's just a positive to be talking with each other. So I'm definitely a huge, huge fan of that. Hope they do something about leeching drops on Iron and Group Iron accounts before it releases. I mean, on Group Iron Man, is that not kind of the point? That's kind of what I was thinking, is that's kind of the point. Would you partake in a RuneScape 3 Gillimer games? Depending on who is making it, yeah. Of course I would. I would love to. I always like want to give the time of day to creative projects. Group Iron Man is going to be so cool. I haven't even thought about like how I want to set it up or what I'd want to do for it, but all I know is I am going to be degenning. I will also say with these changes, because I've known about them for a little bit longer, but I was also just going to tell you guys this, like, and no one's telling me to say this, no one's paying me to say this or anything, obviously, like, I'll be pretty frank with you guys, but working with Jagex over the past number of years has been very frustrating at times, because you'll be approached about something and it'll be a really cool idea, and then there will be tons of red tape on every little thing because they want to do a cost-benefit analysis. They want to do this. They want to do that. They want to get this in order. And then a lot of the times things were brought to me that I was excited about, that I said yes for, that I would make time for, and then they never turned into anything. And I will just put it out there into the world that the way that I have been approached about things has been very different in the last couple of months in a way that is really, really nice, where at times it's a little less perfect, but it's actually happening. So like a good example was last week on Tuesday, I woke up to an email and it was, hey Ryan, we've got Game Jam coming up. Would you be able to, I know it's short notice, but give a talk to the entire dev team on Friday, a 30-minute presentation and a talk to the dev team about creators and creator needs. And it's like, on one hand, in the past, I would never have been offered that because it's way too short notice. Like I literally had to no life PowerPoint for 2 days. It was like not pleasant. But in the past, they just wouldn't have brought that to me. And because we couldn't meet the deadline, it just wouldn't have happened. And the fact that they brought it to me and said, hey, if you want to do this, we know it's short notice, but we can do this. So I did it, and I gave the presentation, and I got to speak to the whole dev team, and it was awesome, right? It's the kind of thing that in the past, there's no way they would do something like that on that short notice. It would always take a lot longer, weeks, months, approvals, all this stuff. And instead it was just like, let's do the thing, and then we'll figure out the rest later. Which, once again, it's not necessarily better, but I think it's a lot better for the way that live service games work. There's an ideal way to do things, and then there's the way that things are actually done. And for me, right, it's not like they are forcing me to do this. They offered me the opportunity to, and it's something I jumped on because I care a lot about the space. But anyway, I just want to say, like, that's been a big difference in the last 2 months. What are they going to do with augmented gear and Group Iron Man? I don't know. Something gives me a lot of hope. I know an update that is being worked on that is major that isn't on the roadmap. Huh? I do not know what you're talking about. Is their newer approach one of the large reasons you stuck around streaming RS3? No, definitely not. No. Like, everybody left. Okay, here's the thing. Everybody that left to old school, I get why they did, because old school is still a better place to be a content creator and a streamer. Fixing the creator stuff is going to take a long time and a lot of resources and a lot of money and a lot of dev work and all the rest, right? Like, it's not a simple thing. Like, RuneScape needs a dedicated, actual, legitimate creator program like a lot of other MMOs have, with an application portal and a bunch of things that they offer creators for being creators, so that not only do people stay here and make content here, they actually want to grow in the community. And then once they have grown, instead of jumping ship to another directory that's bigger, you need to incentivize people to stay and continue making content. So these are all things that need to happen. Like, we're not even close to there yet. But I think everybody leaving was a catalyst towards me being able to work more closely with Jagex and hopefully be able to do some work on this stuff. Because what happened is, when all of those creators left for old school, their communities a lot of the time left too. It's not like when everyone went to old school. I'll give you an example here. The last 5 months since then, since that September, October leave point, were the lowest 5 months in RuneScape Twitch directory history. So it's not like, oh, it's just a redistribution where, like, oh, Micro and Luca and Wazi's viewers just all started watching me and I became rich and famous. It didn't happen like that at all. They followed their streamer. They played the game their streamer played. Other than RuneScape, am I looking at other games to do consults with? No. I know the RuneScape creator space like the back of my hand. I would rather do consults there. That's where I'm most comfortable. I'm not against it. Like, if people want me to look at things, or people want to approach me to try out games, or look at early player experiences, or look at creator spaces, like, I'm happy to for the most part, but RuneScape. What new skill did I suggest? Astronomy, but I typed it out as astrology because I don't know why, but I fixed it. Wrong, stopped watching them all, so see, because they switched games. Well, like, okay, you have to generalize when you're making these statements, but the stats back the fact that people left. Like, it's very cool that you stuck around and some people did, but you're not in the majority there. Most people didn't. Wait, Bop, are you an astrology person? Wait a second. This is a judgment-free zone, but I'm getting ready to judge. I'm actually geared. I'm actually so geared. I picked our RS Cup team off our star signs. Oh yeah, you did. I forgot about that. Yeah, we literally won the RS Cup, and we picked the team via star signs, and we won. I did forget about that. I may have forgotten. Yeah, fair enough. Kind of implied. You also stopped watching all of them? Yeah, which is like, once again, that's cool, but the stats, the numbers themselves don't lie. Like, the directory took a huge hit. The average viewership of the RuneScape directory went from 430 to 268 month over month, the month that everybody left. Also, both of those numbers are very low. Acutely aware of that. I know, but it's still very significant. Also, probably doesn't help that a few popular YouTubers who exclusively make wiki copy-paste guides clickbait every video with RuneScape is dying with crying about thumbnails. I don't know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. You say you're an astronomy kind of person to get the date, but then leave out it's only when you're looking for the next shooting star to mine. Thoughts on RSCGIM being up to 10 people? There's no way they do that. Like, I think it's going to be 1 to 5. It'll be the same as old school. Are there 10 content creators that we can work with? Probably. You know what? Give me one with 20. I want 20. I think 5 is the right amount. Am I looking to make a JM? I'm sure I'm going to, but I have an overwhelming amount of messages about it and people figuring out what I'm doing, and I don't know what I'm doing yet. So, yes, I'm looking to. I'm also gonna try to figure it out early because I know some people are gonna be waiting to see if there's a spot on my JM before they make their own plans, and I don't want like 3 days before to be like, oh, sorry, unfortunately, I'm actually going with this, and this is what our team is gonna be or whatever. So I'm gonna try to have it figured out really, really early. A lot of new YouTubers coming up. Yeah, which is good. This is what happens when you make content like this. Multi-blocks, multiple JMs. Please don't do that. If you need any girl power, let me know. I think we're probably open to the concept of girl power. Potentially. Yeah, we can chat. We'll figure it out. Every gem creator is responsible for bringing their own pack yak to the boss fight, as in a smaller creator. Perfect. Someone's gonna make 5 accounts to play a solo Iron Man. I mean, it's kind of nice. Like, honestly, I was thinking about it. I think before Group Iron Man, I want to have the Tall and Manly series wrapped up. But I do think it would be fun after the main Group Iron Man in a group to make a Group Iron Man, and maybe you don't use all 5 accounts. Maybe I use 3 of them or 2 of them. But having one account that's PVMing and the other account doing the upkeep at the same time, kind of nice. Kind of beautiful. I don't know that if I'd want such a tall and manly person like Group Iron Man. Thinking of others here. Hey, that's allowed. Someone at old school's done it. Yeah, that's cool. It'd be a cool system. And I know I dwelled on this pretty early on in the stream today, but the fact that they're actually putting out a permanent game mode that doesn't have Treasure Hunter in it, to me, that has to be like the catalyst of like, that is a proof that they've changed a lot. A permanent game mode is such a W. You're down for a battle royale too? I mean, I'd take a battle royale just for fun. I think Hero Pass was a big wake-up call to management. Yeah, I think that's just really, really good. The week before JM launches, they introduced Treasure Hunter Iron Man. So they actually specifically referenced Treasure Hunter in the roadmap. Like, they wouldn't have mentioned it here. Iron Man is a version of RuneScape where everything has to be earned with your own blood, sweat, and tears. No grand exchange, player trading, or Treasure Hunter. Like, they specifically outlined what an Iron Man was, which is an effective confirmation that there's not going to be Treasure Hunter in Group Iron Man. Also, I can't wait for it to be all Necromancers, because that's the only way to do the early game. And the mid game and the end game. But that's okay. Hey, Anthony, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Do I think this is too late? I don't think it's ever too late. I mean, it's the same as like content creators. I think making a game is similar in the sense that if you have a YouTube channel that is not doing terribly well, or a Twitch channel that not that many people are tuning into comparatively, saying, is it too late? It's never too late to make better content, and then people will watch you more. Right? Like, usually the numbers don't lie with regard to how good or interesting the content is. I can't imagine saying anyone, like, people, it's very fleeting, right? People look at what you're doing today. like, let's say I made terrible content for the next month. Maybe I'm already making terrible content too. That's fine too. And then I came back and I started making really good content in 2 months, and my viewership, like, people wouldn't be like, well, I was going to watch him, but he made that kind of weird video a month ago, so I'm not going to watch his new interesting video. People don't care at all. That is my biggest takeaway from doing a lot of kind of analysis on how that works is people do not care. If you make something good today, people will play it today. They don't look at the past. They don't look at anything except for the present. They don't look at the future. That's also why creators get burnt out so much too, because it's a constant stream of, well, what have you done for me right now? I make no YouTube content now. That's fine. Won't stop making me a good piece of content in the future. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, is that person using, is that a sword? That's got to be like the pommel of a sword. Also, yeah, 5 people in the image. It's going to be 5s. It's going to be 5s for sure. A VODS user. The old school Amulet of Fury is a nice touch. It's pretty clear they're trying to create some interest for old school people. This is a very, very, very peculiar marketing choice, I think, where they specifically want to showcase gear that an old school player will look at and go, oh, I know what that is. We've got VODS, we've got Armadal, and then we've got the new stuff on the right-hand side. What's the TLDR from the roadmap? Group Iron Man mode, 4 new bosses. One of them is skilling boss. A bunch of other really cool stuff. If you can't trade augmented stuff, Group Iron Man's going to suffer. I actually agree with you. I think it's going to be important. I think that they need to figure out a way to trade augmentable stuff, because what's the point of a Group Iron Man if you can't trade any gear at the end game? It's not good. Or any degradable. Like, not being able to trade or put in the shared storage any degradable is bad. Yeah, there need to be a shared stash where you can stash that stuff. When our close old school GM, it will be an implementation like the Group Iron Man island on a toggle during island instead of on character creation. I don't know. Most time for them releasing a new skilling boss. Yeah, it'll be fun. Half the reason we style locked when we tried JM, we wouldn't have to unaugment stuff all the time. Yeah, that'd be frustrating. Oh yeah, because Kucha, you did one. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly like the thing that I think is a bit of a problem. Is it would be really annoying. Like, just keep the perks and give people the gear with the perks on it would be the best way to do it. Dude, I'm nervous about the RuneFest thing though. Like, that is insane that Insomnia laid off their entire staff after selling RuneFest tickets already. Like, that is a problem. That is a big, big, big problem. I'm hyped that's coming later in the year too. Dude, I picked the best time to get married. I'm not even kidding. I'm getting married end of June, right before the Sanctum of Rebirth. Like, my timing was absolutely impeccable. And I've admitted this before. If this roadmap we had at the beginning of the year, and if these last 3 months were going to be like Sanctum of Rebirth, new skilling boss, Group Iron Man mode, I'm probably not getting married. I'm probably delaying it because, which maybe is bad, but I don't know. She gets it. She's a huge RuneScape player too. I don't think she'd show up either. She'd be gaming too. Where's my wedding invite? I honestly would have invited you, but we're doing it so quickly to get in before the Sanctum of Rebirth, obviously. Not because of family situations or immigration situations, just because of the Sanctum. That, yeah, only family. Unfortunately, you save vacation for Fresh Art Worlds and Necro, and that's fine. I think that's super reasonable. You got an invite from my mom. Wait, did you actually, Sam? Wait, no, she didn't. Did she really? Nah, there's no way. She didn't actually invite you. Okay, good. Whew. Saved. Normal people be like, dude, I can't wait to spend more time with my wife after I get married. Ryan, can't wait to play GIM with my wife. You know what's crazy? I don't think she's going to get a spot on the group Iron Man mode. Because one, she's busy. And two, she does not like being on streamer in videos. So the combination of those two things, I don't think she gets a spot. I just don't think she gets a spot. I'm sorry. We've got to do a cost-benefit analysis. And I think that it wouldn't go very, very well. No, I mean, you guys can probably tell, like, she's been on my stream twice or 3 times in the last 3 years. Like, she does not specifically like being on stream or in videos, so, yeah, no. Pick sick nerd or my wife? Can only pick one. I'm saying, sorry, Anna, we are gaming. During the wedding, she goes, will always be my GIM choice. I start sweating profusely. Perfect. Yeah, she can play other games. It's all good. Need a new emote wife check. Like a mod check for that would actually be very funny. I would love to. Jagus use this segment of the stream to promote the game. Okay. Only if they throw me a bag, though. No more bagless promotions, all right? Do I have a suit for the wedding? Does it fit? I do not have a suit for the wedding yet, but I will. Am I going to wear a party hat? That would be absolutely horrible. When's the Hunger Games for GIM spots? That would be so funny. There's a website that does a Hunger Games simulator. So you can just type people's names in and then it simulates like who bludgeons who to death and stuff. It's awesome. We could use that for the final 5. Your red suit is nice. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm probably going to rent a suit because I have a kind of suit that I like and I have suits like that. Like I've got a gray suit, I've got a black suit, I've got a burgundy suit. They're all kind of casual suits. They're a little too casual to get married in, so I'm likely going to rent something that is really nice and fits me perfectly and is a wedding color that I wouldn't ever otherwise wear. Because I don't want to buy a suit for one day. That just isn't economically viable, I don't think. So yeah. But yeah, most importantly, she has a dress. So she's got a dress figured out. We've got decor figured out. We've got a cameraman. We've got, or a photographer, I guess. We've got a florist. We've got, it's coming together, man. We've got a cake as well. Yep. What color is it going to be? Probably burgundy. Or sorry, Jesus. Probably navy. This is like classic colors. Actually, wait. If you want to know exactly what suit, I am likely going to rent the same suit from that I wore when my dad got married a couple years ago. If I can find it. Okay, we're at the Luca and I stuff. Okay. Surely somewhere. HelloFresh promo, Jagex. It should be right around here, I think. Should be. Okay, my guesses were close. Yeah, here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I will likely rent the same suit as I'm wearing in this because I just feel like it was nice. Yeah, this is my dad's wedding 2 years ago. That's my brother and I. And I love that my hair was such an obnoxious color that they quite literally made a lot of the photos black and white intentionally. So yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. The other thing too is my brother and my dad are both great, but they're both a little disorganized. So if I can get my suit and they get theirs at the same time, that is actually going to be a big de-stress for all of us. But yeah. That is the plan. I saw a photo of Cash. Is he still cool? I think he's in chat right now. But yeah, no, I did have blue hair, which is kind of wild. It was fun, but yeah. I don't think there are any more photos of it. No, that's probably it. Nice. All right. That's, I think, all we need to do there. Also, this was last time I was at Jagex. Dude, Cambridge is such a beautiful place. I want to go back. I'm putting it out there. I would like to go back. If at all possible. But yeah. Why did he hover over me? I was going to click on you and say something mean, but I wasn't sure if you were still in chat. Okay. Well, I think we've adequately covered the stream. I think we've adequately gone over just about everything. I think what I want to do is chop this up and get it posted onto YouTube as soon as humanly possible, just because I think that would be a good idea. Or maybe just record me going over it again. With that said, though, we've been live like 5 hours. I think I'm going to call it here for today's stream. But unlike the RuneScape stream, no flame or anything, not in a flamey way. But I will actually be rating someone after I end my stream, because that's a very, very good thing to do. I'm going to be sending you guys over to Slaya, who is an absolute legend, super cool content creator, who is back after, I think, a fairly lengthy break as well. So I hope you guys enjoy Slaya's stream. Outside of that, just thank you all so much for the fun stream, for tuning in. I also wanted to apologize for the terribly timed ad break. You guys saw me turn down my ads, like, literally right before it started, and they still decided to do a 2-minute ad break right at the beginning. And I did want to apologize for that. I know some people were like, I can't believe how shameless it is that you would run an ad there. I did not touch anything. I did not run an ad at that moment. Twitch decided that was the opportune moment. So yeah, I did want to apologize for that too, because that was probably a little annoying. But I hope you guys had fun with the stream, the analysis. I will be live again tomorrow, where we'll be working on a hardcore Ironman probably. Yeah, with that said, take it easy, everyone. I'll see you all very soon. Have a fantastic evening. Get some water to drink. And I will see you all very soon. RuneScape 3 is so back. It is actually so back. It has never been more back.